There's a moment that comes every night, when the world finally lets go of you. The messages stop, the noise fades, the expectations fall silent. And yet, somehow, your mind does the opposite. It wakes up, it replays, it questions, it holds on to things long after the day is gone, not because something is wrong with you, but because no one ever showed you how to gently switch it off. You were taught how to stay busy, how to respond, how to keep going even when your thoughts were heavy. But no one sat you down and said, "This is how you let the mind rest." So when the body lies still, the mind keeps moving. It searches for answers that don't need to be found tonight. It carries worries that don't need to be solved right now. It builds storms in the dark, and then asks you to sleep through them. But there is another way, a quieter way, a steadier way, one that doesn't fight the mind, but understands it. The Stoics knew something most people never learn. That anxiety is not the enemy, it's a signal. That the mind becomes loud when it feels unheard, and that peace doesn't come from forcing silence, but from creating space. Space to observe, space to breathe, space to let thoughts pass without holding on to them. Tonight is not about fixing everything. It's not about solving your life before morning. It's about something much simpler and much more powerful. Learning how to set things down, gently, without resistance. For the next 4 hours, you don't need to be strong. You don't need to figure anything out. You don't need to control what comes and goes. All you need to do is stay here. Let the words guide you. Let the mind slow down on its own. Let the weight you've been carrying begin to loosen, little by little. Because real rest doesn't come when everything is perfect. It comes when you finally stop trying to hold everything together. And tonight, you learn how. And as the body begins to settle, something else slowly comes into view. Beneath the noise, beneath the constant movement of thought, there is a pattern that has been running quietly for years. A habit so familiar, it feels natural. The habit of negotiating with fear. There's a strange thing about fear that most people never notice. It doesn't always shout. It doesn't always arrive as panic or overwhelm. Sometimes it whispers. It asks questions. It offers suggestions. What if this goes wrong? What if you're not ready? What if you lose control? And without even realizing it, the mind begins to respond. It answers. It argues. It tries to solve. It enters into a silent agreement to take fear seriously. And that is where the weight begins. Because every time you respond to fear as if it must be handled, it grows stronger. Not louder, but more convincing. It begins to feel important, urgent, real. The mind treats it like a problem that must be solved before peace can exist, so it keeps working. Even now, as the night stretches on, part of the mind is still trying to negotiate its way out of discomfort. But here is the quiet truth the Stoics understood. Fear weakens the moment you stop talking back to it. Not by force, not by pushing it away, but by no longer entering the conversation. Fear depends on participation. It needs your attention, your analysis, your energy. It needs you to believe that something must be done right now. And when you refuse to play that role, something unexpected happens. It begins to lose its structure. It has nothing to hold on to. Think about how often fear pulls you into the future. It shows you scenes that haven't happened. It builds stories that feel real. And then it waits for you to react, to prepare, to defend. But what if, for once, you didn't follow it there? What if you let the image pass, without stepping into it? At first it feels uncomfortable, almost wrong. The mind is used to reacting. It believes that ignoring fear is dangerous, that if you don't engage, something will go wrong. But this is just another layer of the same pattern, another attempt to pull you back into negotiation. And yet, if you stay still, if you allow the feeling to exist without trying to change it, you begin to notice something subtle. Fear doesn't grow when it's not fed. It doesn't take over when it's not followed. It rises, it lingers, and then it fades, quietly, naturally, without effort. This is the silent collapse. Not a dramatic ending, not a battle won, but a slow unraveling. A realization that fear was never as solid as it seemed, that it was held together by your attention, your resistance, your need to resolve it. The Stoics spoke often about this, about seeing things as they are, not as the mind presents them. They understood that fear is often a projection, not a fact, a reaction, not a reality. And when you stop treating it like truth, it loses its grip. Right now, you don't need to fight anything. You don't need to prove that you're strong. Strength in this moment is quiet. It's the ability to sit with discomfort without turning it into a problem. It's allowing the mind to slow down without forcing it. Notice the space between thoughts, the small gaps where nothing is being asked of you. Those moments have always been there, but they were hidden beneath constant engagement. Now they begin to expand. Fear may still appear. It may return in different forms, but something has shifted. You are no longer automatically responding. You are no longer entering every conversation it starts. And because of that, it no longer controls the direction of your mind. This is where peace begins. Not when fear disappears completely, but when it no longer decides what you do next. And as this understanding settles in, the mind starts to loosen its grip on everything it was holding. The need to solve, the need to control, the need to prepare for what hasn't happened. It all begins to soften. There is nothing you need to fix right now, nothing you need to figure out before sleep comes. The night is not asking anything from you. It is simply offering space. Let that be enough. Let fear pass without interruption. Let the mind rest without negotiation. And in that quiet, something inside you begins to settle in a way it hasn't in a long time. And once fear is no longer being fed, another truth begins to rise from the quiet. Not everything in life can be solved by staying awake longer. Not every burden becomes lighter because the mind keeps turning it over. Some things do not open through effort. They soften through surrender. They loosen when you stop pulling on them. And this is where the night becomes more than darkness. It becomes a place of release. There is a kind of sadness in the way the mind tries to be useful at night. It keeps searching, arranging, reviewing, hoping that one more thought will finally bring peace. One more replay, one more mental conversation, one more attempt to understand what was said, what was lost, what could go wrong, what should have gone differently. And all the while, the body lies there asking for rest, while the mind acts like a guard standing at the gate of problems it cannot actually solve. That is what makes the night so difficult for so many people. The world goes quiet, but the unfinished things inside do not. They rise, they circle, they ask to be handled. And because there are no distractions left, the mind assumes it must answer them all before sleep can come. But that is not wisdom. That is exhaustion pretending to be responsibility. There are things the mind is not meant to solve in darkness. There are worries that only grow larger under midnight attention. There are questions that do not need sharper thinking, but softer space. And one of the deepest forms of healing is learning to let the night hold what you cannot carry alone. This does not mean giving up. It means understanding timing. It means realizing that a tired mind is rarely a clear one. Stoic wisdom teaches that peace begins when you stop demanding control over what is not ready to be controlled. Some knots do not untie because you pull harder. Some thoughts do not settle because you chase them. Some answers only arrive after the mind has finally been allowed to stop forcing them. Think of how often anxiety convinces you that rest is irresponsible. It tells you that if you sleep before everything is solved, you are careless. If you stop thinking, you are avoiding. If you let go, something important will slip through your hands. But this is one of anxiety's oldest tricks. It turns tension into duty. It makes unrest feel noble. It makes mental strain feel productive. Yet the truth is much simpler. A restless mind does not become wise just because it stays busy. In many cases, it becomes more confused, more fragile, more trapped in circles. The same thought visited 100 times does not become deeper. It becomes heavier. The night was never meant to be a courtroom where every fear is judged. It was meant to be a quiet room where the soul can breathe, a place where effort eases, where unfinished things are allowed to remain unfinished for a few hours, where the mind does not have to carry the whole world through the dark. There is something deeply human about wanting closure before rest, wanting certainty before stillness, wanting peace to arrive only after every loose end has been tied. But life does not work that way. Some chapters stay open for longer than you wanted. Some conversations never finish cleanly. Some losses do not explain themselves. Some futures remain uncertain, no matter how many times you think about them. And still, sleep is allowed. Rest is still allowed. The Stoics understood that part of strength is knowing what to set down, not because it no longer matters, but because you were never meant to carry everything every second. Even the strongest mind needs intervals of release. Even the clearest soul needs darkness, silence, and pause. So tonight, instead of asking the mind to solve what it cannot solve, ask it to step back. Ask it to trust the wisdom of stopping. Let the night absorb the pressure you have been holding in place. Let it take the sharp edges of the day and soften them while you sleep. Let it receive the unanswered questions without demanding that you fix them right now. This is not laziness. This is alignment. There are things tomorrow will hold better than tonight ever could. There are truths that become visible only after rest has cleared the fog. There are emotions that settle when they are no longer examined under a harsh inner light. Sleep does not erase reality, but it changes your relationship to it. It creates distance. It gives the nervous system a chance to unclench. It lets the mind stop gripping every problem like it must hold the sky in place. And maybe that is what you need most right now. Not another answer, not another inner debate, just permission to stop. Permission to let the unresolved remain unresolved until morning. Permission to trust that life can continue moving even when your mind is not managing it every minute. Permission to believe that the night can carry some of this for you. Feel the difference in that. The quiet mercy of not having to finish everything. The relief of not having to understand it all before sleep. The softness that enters when you stop turning every burden into a task. This is where healing begins for many people, not in a grand breakthrough, but in a small, almost invisible shift. The moment they stop asking the mind to do what only rest can do. The moment they stop forcing thought to become peace. The moment they let the dark become a shelter instead of a struggle. So let the night do what it has always known how to do. Let it cover what is too sharp right now. Let it dim what has been overwhelming. Let it hold the questions without demanding immediate answers. Let it absorb the mental noise that no longer needs your effort. You do not need to carry this all the way into morning. You do not need to solve your life before sleep takes you. You only need to loosen your grip and allow the night to do its quiet work. And as that surrender deepens, the mind begins to see another habit that has kept it restless for far too long. The habit of answering every thought that knocks, as if each one deserves a seat at the table. But not every thought is wise. Not every thought is urgent, and not every thought deserves your attention. And as the night continues to carry what you no longer need to hold, something even more subtle begins to reveal itself. Not every disturbance comes from outside. Some of it begins within. A voice, a question, a memory, a small pull on your attention, and almost instantly the mind responds, as if every thought that appears must be answered, must be understood, must be followed. There is a quiet exhaustion hidden in that habit. It feels small at first. A single thought passes through, and without noticing, you engage with it. You respond, you expand it, you follow where it leads. Then another thought arrives, and you do the same. Soon, the mind is no longer resting. It is working, jumping from one idea to the next, from one memory to another, from one imagined future to a different version of it. And all of this happens while the body is asking for stillness. The mind has learned to treat every thought like a call that must be answered. But here is what most people never question. Who decided that every thought deserves a response? Thoughts are not commands. They are not instructions. They are not always useful. Many of them are simply echoes of the day, fragments of memory, habits repeating themselves without purpose. And yet, the mind treats them with importance, as if ignoring them would be dangerous. This is where discipline begins, not the kind that forces or suppresses, but the kind that chooses not to engage. The Stoics understood this deeply. They spoke about impressions, those first thoughts or feelings that appear without invitation. They knew that you cannot always control what enters the mind, but you can decide what you do with it. You can choose whether to follow it or let it pass. Right now, as you lie here, you may notice thoughts appearing, some familiar, some new, some soft, some uncomfortable. And the old habit wants to respond. It wants to pick one, examine it, solve it, or argue with it. But this is the moment where something new can happen. You don't have to answer. You don't have to continue every conversation the mind begins. You can let the thought appear and leave. At first, this feels unnatural. The mind is used to being active. It believes that engagement is necessary. It may even create stronger thoughts, louder ones, just to pull you back in. But this is only because it has been trained this way for so long. If you stay with the practice, something begins to change. You start to notice the space between thoughts, the small pauses where nothing is being asked of you. And within that space, there is a kind of quiet that does not come from solving anything. It comes from not adding anything. This is where rest begins to deepen, because every time you choose not to answer a thought, you take away its power to grow. You stop the chain before it expands. You allow it to dissolve on its own. And slowly, the mind begins to understand that it does not need to chase everything that moves. Think about how many thoughts you have responded to today. How many small inner conversations you entered without realizing it. Each one pulling your attention, your energy, your focus. It is not surprising that by the end of the day, the mind feels tired. Not because of one big problem, but because of hundreds of small engagements. Tonight, you are stepping out of that pattern. You are not ignoring your mind. You are simply choosing when to participate. There is a difference. Ignoring is forceful. It pushes things away. It creates resistance. But choosing not to answer is calm. It allows the thought to exist without feeding it. It removes urgency. It brings the mind back to stillness without conflict. This is a form of inner strength that most people never develop. The ability to remain present without being pulled in every direction by passing thoughts. The ability to observe without reacting. The ability to rest while the mind continues to release what it no longer needs. And as you continue, you may notice something interesting. The thoughts begin to slow down. Not because you force them to stop, but because they are no longer being followed. They lose momentum. They pass more quietly. Some don't return at all. And the ones that do feel lighter, less demanding. This is how the mind learns to rest again. Not through control, but through non-participation. You don't need to answer every memory that appears. You don't need to solve every scenario the mind presents. You don't need to respond to every worry that asks for attention. Most of them will fade on their own if you let them. And the more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. The mind begins to trust the silence. It begins to settle without needing constant activity. It begins to understand that not everything requires action. Right now, there is nothing you need to respond to. Nothing you need to follow. Nothing you need to figure out. Let the thoughts come and go like distant sounds. Let them pass without turning toward them. Let the quiet grow in the spaces you no longer fill. And as this discipline deepens, another layer begins to reveal itself. Because beneath all these thoughts, there is something else the mind has been doing for a long time, turning imagination into something that feels real. And as the mind begins to loosen its habit of answering everything, something deeper comes into view. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the quiet conversations, there is a force that shapes them all, a silent projector that runs in the background. It doesn't speak in words. It shows images, scenes, possibilities. And without realizing it, the mind reacts to them as if they are real. A subtle tension starts to rise, not from what is happening, but from what is being imagined. Anxiety rarely begins with facts. It begins with pictures, a moment that hasn't happened yet, but feels like it already has. A future that has not arrived, but is being lived inside the mind as if it's unfolding right now. The body responds, the chest tightens, the breath shortens, and all of it is triggered by something that exists only as an image. This is where anxiety becomes powerful, not because it is true, but because it feels real. The mind is incredibly creative. It can build entire scenarios in seconds. It can take a small uncertainty and turn it into a full story. It fills in details. It adds emotion. It creates outcomes. And then it presents all of it to you as something that must be taken seriously.
But here is the quiet shift that changes everything. Imagination is not the problem. It is where it is being used that creates the weight.
The same ability that allows you to dream, to create, to visualize a better life, is being turned against you when it is left unchecked. Instead of building something meaningful, it starts predicting danger. Instead of expanding possibility, it narrows into fear. This is misplaced imagination. The Stoics spoke about this in their own way. They warned against giving power to things that have not happened. They understood that much of human suffering comes not from reality, but from how the mind interprets and projects beyond it. Right now, the mind may still be creating images, small ones, quick flashes. What if this goes wrong? What if that happens? What if things fall apart? And each time there is a pull to step inside the image, to explore it, to react to it. But you don't have to enter. You can stay where you are. Notice the image without becoming part of it. This is where control begins to return. Not control over the outside world, but over how you relate to what appears inside. You cannot always stop the mind from creating images, but you can stop treating them as reality.
An image is not a fact.
A possibility is not a certainty. A thought is not a prediction. The body doesn't always know the difference. It reacts quickly. It prepares. It tightens as if something is about to happen. But once you see what is taking place, you can begin to soften that reaction. You can remind yourself, gently, this is only a picture. There is nothing happening right now. You are here, breathing, lying still, safe in this moment. And as you stay with that awareness, something begins to shift. The images lose their intensity. They stop pulling you in so strongly. They pass more like clouds than commands. You don't need to erase them. You don't need to fight them. You only need to see them clearly for what they are. This is how the mind begins to reclaim balance. Because when imagination is no longer feeding fear, it begins to return to its natural state. A tool, not a threat. Something that can be used when needed and set down when it is not. Think about how much energy has been spent reacting to things that never happened. How many nights were shaped by scenes that never became real? How much tension was created by stories that existed only in the mind? Now, there is a different way. You can let the images come and let them go. You can allow the mind to create without stepping into everything it builds. You can remain here, grounded in what is actually present. And what is present right now is simple. The body is resting. The breath is steady. The night is quiet. There is nothing to solve in this moment. Nothing is unfolding that requires your fear. Nothing is asking for your imagination to protect you. So the mind begins to slow down. Not because it was forced to stop, but because it no longer needs to run. And in that slowing, the space between images grows wider. The pull becomes weaker. The sense of urgency begins to fade. This is where calm starts to take root. Not by changing the outside world, but by seeing the inside clearly. You are not inside the images. You are the one observing them. And that distance, that small shift in awareness, changes everything. Because from here, you can choose not to follow.
You can choose not to believe every picture.
You can choose to return again and again to what is real. And as that choice becomes easier, the mind begins to rest in a way it hasn't in a long time. The need to predict fades. The need to prepare softens. The need to imagine every outcome loosens its grip. And in its place, something quieter begins to emerge. A sense of acceptance. A willingness to let things be uncertain without trying to control them. Because the more you release the need to manage every possible future, the more peace becomes available in the present. And as the need to predict every possible future begins to loosen, another layer quietly reveals itself. Beneath the images, beneath the imagined outcomes, there is one thing the mind has been trying to avoid all along. Not uncertainty itself, but the feeling of not being ready for what might happen. A quiet resistance forms, not against reality, but against possibility. There is a deep instinct in the mind to protect, to prepare, to stay one step ahead of discomfort. And so, It asks the same question in different forms. What if things go wrong? What if I lose something? What if I can't handle it? And instead of letting those questions rest, the mind tightens. It pushes against them. It tries to outthink them. But here is something most people never consider. The fear is not always in the event. It is in the resistance to it. Because when you resist something, even in thought, you give it weight. You make it feel bigger than it is. You turn it into something that must be avoided at all costs. And the more you avoid it, the more power it seems to have.
The Stoics approached this differently.
They didn't wait for life to be certain before finding peace. They didn't demand guarantees before resting the mind. Instead, they asked a different question. What if I could accept the worst without collapsing under it? Not as a way to scare themselves, but as a way to remove the fear of fear itself. Right now, there may be things in your mind that feel heavy, situations you don't want to face, outcomes you hope never happen, and the mind keeps circling them, trying to find a way out, trying to secure control. But control is not always where calm is found. Sometimes calm comes from turning toward the fear and softening your resistance to it. What would it feel like to stop pushing it away for a moment? Not to invite it, not to agree with it, but to simply say, if this were to happen, I would still find a way to move through it. Notice how that changes the feeling. The tightness begins to ease. The urgency starts to slow, because the mind is no longer fighting something it believes it cannot survive. The truth is, most of what you fear is not as unbearable as the mind makes it seem. Humans adapt, they adjust, they continue. There is a quiet strength inside you that has already carried you through things you once thought you couldn't handle. And yet, the mind forgets. It imagines future pain as permanent. It assumes it will be too much. It treats it like an ending instead of an experience. But acceptance changes that. Acceptance does not mean giving up. It does not mean you want the worst to happen. It means you are no longer afraid of your ability to face it. It means you trust yourself more than you fear the situation. This is where real calm begins. Because when you stop resisting the possibility of discomfort, the mind no longer needs to defend against it constantly. It can rest. It can breathe. It can step out of that endless loop of protection. Right now, you don't need to solve every fear. You don't need to eliminate every negative outcome. You only need to loosen the belief that you cannot handle what life may bring. Let that sink in gently. You have already faced difficulty before. You have already adapted, even when it felt impossible at the time. And if something challenging comes again, you will meet it then, not now. There is no need to suffer it twice. This is one of the quietest forms of strength, the ability to sit with uncertainty without trying to crush it, the ability to acknowledge what could happen without letting it take over your present moment. Feel how different that is from resistance. Resistance tightens the body. It speeds up the mind. It creates urgency. Acceptance softens everything. It slows the breath. It allows space. It says, whatever comes, I will meet it when it arrives, not before. And in that space, fear loses its sharp edge. It becomes something distant, something less demanding, something that no longer controls how you feel right now. The Stoics practiced this not to make life darker, but to make the present lighter. When you are no longer afraid of what might happen, you are free to rest in what is happening. And what is happening right now is simple. You are here. You are safe in this moment. Nothing is unfolding that requires your resistance. So let the mind release its grip. Let the body soften into stillness. Let the future remain where it belongs, ahead of you, not inside you. And as that calm begins to settle deeper, another habit starts to reveal itself, a quieter one, but just as powerful. The habit of believing that every feeling needs to be fixed before peace can exist. And as acceptance begins to quiet the struggle, something even more surprising starts to unfold. Beneath the urge to control, beneath the need to prepare, there is another habit that has been shaping your inner world for years. The habit of trying to fix everything the moment it feels uncomfortable. A subtle pressure begins to lift when you realize not everything is asking to be changed. There is a quiet reflex in the mind. The moment a feeling appears, restlessness, sadness, tension, the mind moves toward it like a problem. It labels it. It questions it. It tries to adjust it, improve it, remove it, as if peace can only exist once everything inside you feels perfect. But that effort is often what keeps the mind from resting. Because when you treat every feeling like something broken, you create constant work for yourself. You turn your inner world into a project that never ends. There is always something to improve, something to resolve, something to fix before you can finally relax. And so the mind stays active, even in moments meant for rest. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that not everything that arises within you needs intervention. Not every emotion requires correction. Not every discomfort is a signal that something is wrong. Sometimes it is simply part of being human. Right now, there may still be sensations in the body. A slight tension, a lingering thought, a quiet unease. And the old habit wants to move toward it, to adjust it, to make it go away. But what if, just for this moment, nothing needed to be fixed? What if the feeling could exist without becoming a task? Notice how the body responds to that idea. There is a softening, a release of pressure. Because the mind is no longer trying to control what is happening, it is allowing it. This is the peace of non-intervention. It is not passive. It is not careless. It is a deliberate choice to stop interfering with every internal movement. To trust that some things resolve on their own when they are not constantly being handled. Think about how a small sensation becomes bigger the moment you focus on it. How a simple thought grows when you try to analyze it. How a passing emotion lingers when you try to change it too quickly. Attention can amplify. Intervention can prolong. And sometimes the most effective response is no response at all. Right now, you are not required to feel a certain way. You are not required to reach a specific state before sleep can come. There is no perfect mental condition you need to achieve. The mind can be a little messy. The body can still carry small traces of the day. And rest can still happen. This is what most people miss. They believe peace is something they must create, something they must build through effort. But often, peace is what remains when effort is removed. When you stop trying to fix, the mind begins to settle on its own. When you stop adjusting every feeling, the body begins to regulate naturally. When you stop interfering, balance returns quietly. This is how the nervous system was designed to work. It does not need constant management. It needs space. It needs permission to reset without pressure. And that permission is what you are giving it now. You are allowing things to be as they are, without rushing to change them. You are letting thoughts pass without shaping them. You are letting feelings exist without correcting them. And in that allowance, something begins to shift. The mind becomes less reactive. The body becomes less tense.
The overall sense of urgency begins to fade. There is nothing chasing you in this moment, nothing demanding immediate change,
Nothing that must be solved before you can rest. So the mind begins to step back. The need to interfere grows quieter. The habit of fixing loosens its hold. And what remains is something simple but deeply calming. A sense that things are already okay enough to rest. Not perfect, not completely resolved, but not in need of constant adjustment. This is where a deeper kind of peace emerges, the kind that does not depend on everything being right, the kind that exists even when things are still unfolding.
You don't need to push your thoughts into silence.
You don't need to reshape your emotions into comfort. You don't need to fix yourself before you can sleep. You only need to stop interfering long enough for your natural calm to return. And as that calm begins to settle more deeply, another quiet understanding starts to rise. Because even when nothing needs to be fixed, the mind still tries to identify with everything it feels. It says, "This is me. This is who I am." But that too is only a habit. And as the urge to fix begins to fade, another quiet pattern becomes easier to see. Even when you stop interfering, the mind still does something subtle. It takes what it feels and turns it into identity. A wave of tension becomes, "I am anxious." A passing sadness becomes, "Something is wrong with me." And without noticing, you move from observing what is happening to becoming what is happening. A small distance disappears, and with it, your sense of calm. There is a difference that changes everything. The difference between experiencing something and being defined by it. Right now, there may still be movement inside you, thoughts passing through, emotions rising and falling, sensations shifting in the body. And the old habit wants to step in and say, "This is me." It wants to merge with what it feels, to take ownership of every internal wave. But what if you didn't step into it? What if you stayed where you are and simply watched? This is what it means to observe the storm without becoming the storm. The Stoics spoke of this in their own way. They understood that the mind can create distance, not by escaping, but by seeing clearly, by recognizing that thoughts and feelings are events, not identity. A storm can pass through the sky without becoming the sky. In the same way, a feeling can pass through you without becoming you. Notice what happens when you shift into that perspective. The thought is still there, but it feels lighter. The emotion is still present, but it no longer takes over. Because you are no longer inside it, you are aware of it. This awareness creates space. And in that space, there is calm. It may feel unfamiliar at first. The mind is used to reacting quickly. It sees something and immediately attaches to it. It labels it, judges it, expands it. But when you pause, when you allow yourself to observe instead of merge, the entire experience changes. You begin to see the movement instead of being carried by it. Think of how a storm looks from inside it. Loud, chaotic, overwhelming. But from a distance, it becomes something else. Something that moves, changes, and eventually passes.
Your inner world works the same way.
When you are inside every thought and feeling, it can feel intense, consuming, like it will not end. But when you step back, even slightly, you begin to notice its nature. It rises, it shifts, it fades. Nothing inside you stays exactly the same. This is important to see, because anxiety often convinces you that what you feel is permanent, that the tension will stay, that the unease defines the moment.
But observation reveals something different. It shows that everything inside you is moving, even now. A thought appears and then disappears. A sensation rises and then softens. An emotion lingers and then changes shape. And all of it happens without you needing to control it.
You don't have to push the storm away. You don't have to stop it from forming. You only need to stop stepping into it. Stay where you are. Let the thoughts pass like distant sounds. Let the feelings move like waves that do not need to be held.
Let the body soften as it realizes it is not in danger.
Because right now, you are not the storm.
You are the one noticing it.
And that changes everything. There is a quiet strength in this position, a calm that does not come from controlling what happens, but from understanding your place within it. You are not trapped inside every thought. You are not defined by every emotion. You are not required to follow every internal movement. You can remain still while everything else moves. And as you stay in that awareness, the intensity begins to shift. The storm may still pass through, but it no longer pulls you with it. It becomes something you witness, not something you become.
This is where the mind begins to rest more deeply,
because it is no longer carrying the weight of every feeling as identity.
It is no longer reacting to every shift as if it must respond.
It is simply noticing,
and noticing is enough. Let that settle gently.
You don't need to calm the storm. You don't need to remove every thought.
You don't need to become something different.
You only need to stay present and watch. And in that watching, something quiet begins to grow. A steadiness that does not depend on what is happening inside you. A sense of grounding that remains even when thoughts come and go.
And as that steadiness deepens, the body begins to feel something it hasn't fully trusted in a long time. That it can be at ease, even when things are not completely still.
And as that steadiness begins to take root, something else quietly asks for your attention. Not from the mind this time, but from the body. A subtle tightness, a heaviness in the chest, a slight pressure in the shoulders, the jaw, the stomach. Sensations that have been there all along, but were often misunderstood. A quiet discomfort that was never meant to be fought. For a long time, tension has been treated like a problem, something to get rid of, something to push away as quickly as possible. The moment it appears, the instinct is to resist it, to fix it, to escape it, as if the body is doing something wrong. But the body is not working against you. It is speaking. Every tension you feel carries information, not in words, but in sensation. A signal that something inside has been held for too long, a sign that the mind has been active, alert, protective, not because it wanted to harm you, but because it was trying to keep you safe.
The problem is not the tension itself.
It is the way it has been received.
When you treat tension like an enemy, the body tightens even more. It prepares for a fight. It braces. It assumes something is wrong. And that reaction creates more of the very feeling you were trying to remove.
But when you begin to see tension as a messenger, something changes. The resistance softens. The body no longer feels attacked.
It begins to release on its own.
Right now, bring a gentle awareness to the body. There is no need to scan it in a rigid way. Just notice. Where is there tightness? Where is there holding? It might be obvious, or very subtle. A small contraction, a quiet discomfort that you usually ignore or try to fix. This time, do something different. Don't try to change it. Don't try to relax it. Just notice it, with patience. The Stoics believed in understanding what is happening before reacting to it. And this is the same approach. Instead of labeling the sensation as bad, instead of pushing it away, you are simply allowing it to be seen. And in that simple act of noticing, the body begins to feel safe. Because tension often stays when it feels ignored or resisted. It holds its place because it has not been acknowledged. But when you give it attention without judgment, it no longer needs to hold as tightly. Think about how a muscle relaxes after you stop forcing it. The same principle applies here. The body responds not only to what you do, but to how you relate to what you feel. If you approach tension with frustration, it stays guarded. If you approach it with calm awareness, it begins to soften.
Right now, there is nothing you need to fix in your body.
Nothing you need to force into relaxation. Let the tension exist without turning it into a task. Feel the space around it. Feel the breath moving gently without trying to control it. Let the body be as it is, and notice what happens. There may be a small release, or a gradual easing, or simply a shift in how the sensation feels. Less sharp, less urgent, less demanding. This is how the body unwinds.
Not through pressure, but through permission.
Over time, the body has learned to carry stress in silence, to hold things without expression, to tighten in response to thoughts, worries, expectations. And because this has been happening for so long, it feels normal. But it is not permanent. The body knows how to return to balance. It only needs the right conditions, and those conditions are being created now. You are no longer treating the tension as something to fight. You are no longer reacting to it as if it is wrong. You are allowing it to be seen. And in that space, it begins to let go. There is a quiet intelligence in the body. It does not need constant correction. It needs understanding. It needs patience. It needs a moment where it is not being rushed or judged. And this moment is enough. Let the shoulders rest where they are. Let the jaw soften without forcing it. Let the chest rise and fall naturally. You are not managing the body. You are listening to it. And when the body feels heard, it no longer needs to speak so loudly. The tension becomes lighter. The breath becomes easier. The sense of effort begins to fade. And with that, a deeper layer of calm begins to emerge. Not because everything is perfectly relaxed, but because nothing is being resisted. This is where true rest begins. A quiet agreement between the mind and the body. Nothing is being pushed. Nothing is being forced. Everything is allowed to return in its own time. And as that trust between you and your body grows, another realization begins to take shape. Because beneath all this tension, beneath all the effort, there has been one belief holding everything together. The belief that control creates safety, and as the body begins to feel heard instead of corrected, another layer quietly begins to loosen. Beneath the tension, beneath the constant effort, there has always been a belief guiding everything. A belief so familiar it feels like truth. The idea that control is what keeps you safe. A subtle grip begins to reveal itself, one that has been held for far too long. It shows up in small ways. The need to think things through again and again. The urge to plan every outcome. The habit of replaying conversations, predicting reactions, preparing for what might go wrong. It feels responsible. It feels smart. It feels like protection. But look closely, and something else becomes visible. Control does not always bring peace. Sometimes it creates the tension it promises to remove. Because when you believe that safety depends on controlling everything, the mind never gets to rest. There is always something else to manage. Another detail to think about, another outcome to prepare for, another uncertainty to close. And since life never offers complete certainty, the effort never ends. The Stoics understood this with clarity. They separated what is within your control and what is not. Not as a theory, but as a way of living. Because the moment you try to control what cannot be controlled, you create conflict inside yourself. Right now, you may notice how often the mind tries to hold things in place. It tries to control how others think. It tries to control how the future unfolds. It tries to control how you feel, how quickly you calm down, how perfectly you let go. And in doing so, it becomes tight, because control is not a relaxed state. It is effort. It is tension. It is a constant leaning forward, trying to shape something that may not be ready to be shaped. But what if safety does not come from control? What if it comes from something quieter, something more stable?
The ability to respond instead of trying to control everything before it happens.
There is a difference. Control tries to eliminate uncertainty. Response accepts that uncertainty exists and trusts your ability to meet it when it arrives. Feel the difference in that. When you try to control everything, the mind stays alert. It scans, it prepares, it tightens. But when you trust your ability to respond, the mind can step back. It can rest, because it no longer has to carry everything at once. Right now, there is nothing you need to control. Nothing in this moment is out of place. Nothing is asking you to fix the future. The breath is moving. The body is lying still. The night is holding everything quietly. You are safe here, not because everything is guaranteed, but because nothing is happening that requires control. This is the shift. Safety is not found in forcing life to behave a certain way. It is found in realizing that you can remain steady even when life is uncertain. You have already lived through moments you could not control, things you did not plan, situations that arrived without warning, and still, you are here, still breathing, still moving forward. That is not control. That is resilience. And resilience is a deeper form of safety than control will ever be. Control tries to prevent everything. Resilience trusts that you can handle what comes. One is exhausting.
The other is freeing.
So tonight, you don't need to manage every outcome. You don't need to secure every possibility.
You don't need to prepare for everything that might happen. You can let go, just a little.
Let the future stay where it belongs. Let the unknown remain unknown.
Let the mind release its grip on things it cannot hold.
And as you do, notice what happens in the body. The shoulders soften. The breath deepens. The chest feels lighter, because the effort of holding everything together is no longer there. This is not weakness. This is wisdom. The wisdom of knowing what is yours to carry and what is not. The wisdom of allowing life to move without trying to control every step. The wisdom of resting in the present moment without reaching into the future. You are not required to control your way into safety. You are allowed to relax into it. And as that understanding settles deeper, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when control is released, the mind still struggles with one thing: the discomfort of not knowing, the feeling of uncertainty that it has spent so long trying to escape.
But what if uncertainty itself was not something to fear?
And as the grip of control begins to loosen, something else quietly steps forward. Not a problem this time, but a feeling the mind has been avoiding for so long. The feeling of not knowing. The space where answers have not arrived, where outcomes are still unfolding, where nothing is fully certain. A quiet discomfort, that has been mistaken for danger. The mind doesn't like this space. It wants clarity. It wants direction. It wants something solid to hold on to. So when uncertainty appears, it reacts quickly. It searches for answers. It builds scenarios. It tries to close the gap as fast as possible. But in doing so, it creates tension. Because uncertainty is not something that can always be solved in the moment. Some things are still becoming.
Some answers are still forming.
Some paths are not meant to be clear yet. And the more the mind resists that, the heavier it feels. The Stoics understood this with quiet strength. They did not demand certainty from life. They accepted that much of existence unfolds beyond immediate understanding. And instead of fighting that truth, they made peace with it. Not by giving up, but by softening their need to know everything right now. Right now, there may be questions in your mind, things that feel unfinished, situations that don't have clear answers, and the old habit wants to move toward them, to figure them out, to resolve them before rest can happen. But what if, just for this moment, you allowed them to remain open? What if you said, gently, "It's okay that this is uncertain." Notice what that does. The pressure begins to ease. The urgency softens. Because the mind is no longer trying to force clarity where it does not yet exist. There is a quiet strength in this. Not the loud kind that pushes through discomfort, but the gentle kind that allows space for things to be incomplete.
Uncertainty does not mean something is wrong.
It means something is still unfolding.
And life has always worked this way.
Think about how many times clarity came after you stopped searching for it. How often answers appeared when the mind was no longer chasing them. How many things made sense only after time had passed. Yet the mind forgets. It believes that everything must be understood now, that every path must be clear before you can relax. But that belief creates restlessness, because life does not reveal itself all at once. It unfolds, step by step. And the moment you accept that, something inside you begins to settle. You no longer need to chase every answer. You no longer need to resolve every unknown. You can stay here, in this moment, without forcing the future to explain itself. This is the gentle strength of letting things be uncertain. It is not passive. It is not careless.
It is a calm trust that not everything needs to be decided tonight.
Right now, there is nothing you need to figure out, nothing you need to finalize, nothing you need to make certain before sleep can come. The questions can remain. The outcomes can stay open. The future can continue unfolding without your constant attention, and you can rest. Feel how that changes the body. The tightness begins to release. The breath becomes softer. The mind slows down, not because it found all the answers, but because it no longer needs them right now. Uncertainty is no longer something to fight.
It becomes something you allow, something you can stand beside without trying to push it away.
This is where peace deepens, because peace is not built on certainty. It is built on your ability to remain steady even when things are unclear.
You don't need to know everything.
You don't need to have every answer. You don't need to see the entire path. You only need to be here with what is present.
And what is present right now is simple.
The body is resting. The breath is moving gently. The night is quiet. Nothing is demanding clarity. Nothing is asking you to decide anything. So let it remain uncertain. Let the questions stay where they are.
Let the unknown exist without turning it into a problem.
And as you allow that, something soft and steady begins to take its place. A calm that does not depend on answers. A stillness that does not require certainty.
a quiet trust that life can continue unfolding, even when you are not holding it together. And from that place, the mind begins to rest more deeply, because it is no longer chasing what it cannot yet reach. It is simply allowing what is to be enough for now. And as uncertainty begins to feel less threatening, another pattern quietly reveals itself beneath it. A subtle rush inside the mind, a sense that something must be handled now, that something is urgent, even when nothing is happening. A quiet pressure that never seems to switch off. It doesn't always come with loud fear. Sometimes it feels like restlessness, a need to check, to think, to act, to resolve. The mind moves quickly, as if time is running out, as if peace depends on how fast you can figure things out. But look closely, and something becomes clear. Not everything that feels urgent is actually important. The mind has learned to create urgency as a habit. It treats thoughts like alarms, each one asking for immediate attention, each one pulling you out of stillness and into motion. And over time, this becomes normal. The constant sense of, "I need to deal with this now," becomes the background of your experience. This is how inner panic forms, not from one big event, but from many small signals being treated as emergencies. The Stoics understood the danger of this. They knew that when the mind reacts too quickly, it loses clarity. It becomes reactive instead of steady. It mistakes noise for necessity. And in that state, even small thoughts can feel overwhelming. Right now, notice if there is any sense of urgency inside you. It might be subtle, a feeling that something needs your attention, a pull toward a thought, a quiet pressure to do something, even though there is nothing to do. And gently question it.
Is this truly urgent?
Or is it a habit repeating itself? You don't need to answer the thought. You don't need to follow it. You only need to see it. Because urgency loses its power when it is recognized. The moment you stop treating every thought like an emergency, the mind begins to slow down. At first, it may resist. It may try to convince you that something important is being ignored, that if you don't act now, something will go wrong. But this is part of the same pattern. The mind has been trained to stay alert, to stay active, to stay on edge. It does not yet trust stillness, but you can teach it.
Right now, there is nothing that needs to be solved.
Nothing that requires immediate action. Nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow. Let that truth settle in. Feel how the body responds when urgency is removed. The chest softens. The breath deepens. The mind becomes less crowded, because urgency was creating movement where there was no need for it. This is where you begin to break the habit. Not by forcing the mind to be calm, but by refusing to treat every thought as important.
You are not ignoring your life.
You are choosing when to engage with it. There is a time for thinking, there is a time for action, and there is a time for rest. Right now, this is the time for rest. The world is not asking anything from you in this moment. There are no decisions to make, no problems to solve, no actions to take. So the mind can step back. It does not need to stay on high alert. It does not need to scan for danger. It does not need to create urgency to feel in control. It can be still.
This is where the nervous system begins to reset.
Because inner panic is not only mental, it is physical. It keeps the body in a state of readiness. It tightens the muscles. It shortens the breath. It keeps you from fully relaxing. But when urgency fades, the body follows. It begins to unwind. It begins to trust that it is safe to rest. And this is something many people have forgotten how to feel.
a state where nothing is pressing, nothing is demanding, nothing is urgent, just quiet, just space, just the gentle rhythm of breath and stillness. Stay here. Let the thoughts slow down without chasing them.
Let the sense of urgency dissolve without replacing it.
Let the body feel what it is like to not be in a hurry. You are not falling behind. You are not missing anything.
You are simply stepping out of a habit that no longer serves you.
And as that habit loosens, the mind becomes clearer, more steady,
More grounded.
because it is no longer reacting to everything at once. It is resting, and in that rest, something deeper begins to emerge, a quieter awareness, one that does not rush, one that does not panic, one that simply observes and allows. And as that awareness grows stronger, the mind begins to realize something important. It does not need to answer every thought. It does not need to solve every problem. And it does not need to rush through the night. It can move slowly. It can soften. It can rest. And from that place, sleep begins to come naturally. Not forced, not chased, but allowed. And as the sense of urgency begins to fade, something even deeper starts to open. A quiet space where the future no longer feels so close, where tomorrow is no longer pressing against this moment. And in that space, you begin to notice how much of your energy has been spent living ahead of yourself. A gentle distance begins to form between you and what has not yet arrived. The mind has a habit of stepping into tomorrow long before it comes. It rehearses conversations. It predicts outcomes. It prepares for situations that may never unfold the way it expects. And in doing so, it brings tomorrow's weight into tonight's rest. This is where much of anxiety is born, not from what is happening, but from what is being carried forward too early. The Stoics were clear about this. They believed that each day has its own share of effort, its own set of challenges, its own moments to be lived. And when you take the weight of tomorrow and place it onto today, you double the burden without increasing your strength. Right now, there may be things waiting for you in the future. Tasks, decisions, uncertainties, and the mind wants to move toward them. It wants to prepare, to plan, to secure a sense of control before the day arrives. But tonight is not the place for that.
Tonight is not where tomorrow is handled.
Tonight is where you return to yourself. Notice how the mind tries to convince you otherwise. It says, if you don't think about it now, you'll be unprepared. It says, you need to get ahead of this. It says, just one more thought, just one more plan. But this is the same pattern you have already seen. The mind trying to turn rest into responsibility.
The mind trying to carry more than it needs to. What if you didn't follow it this time?
What if you allowed tomorrow to remain where it belongs, in the future? There is nothing you can solve right now that will change what tomorrow becomes. A tired mind does not create better solutions. A restless night does not prepare you more effectively. In fact, the opposite is true. Clarity comes after rest.
Strength returns after stillness. You meet tomorrow best when you arrive to it fully present, not already drained.
So tonight, you are stepping out of that habit. You are no longer reaching into the future. You are no longer carrying what has not yet arrived. You are becoming untouchable by tomorrow's problems, not because they don't exist, but because they are not here. Right now, they have no power. They are not happening.
They are not asking anything from you.
They are simply possibilities, waiting for their time. And that time is not now. Feel how the body responds to that.
The pressure eases.
The mind slows, because it is no longer trying to solve what is not present. There is nothing ahead of you in this moment, nothing to prepare for, nothing to defend against, only this quiet space, only this breath, only this stillness. This is where your energy belongs, not scattered across imagined futures, but gathered here in the present. This is what makes you untouchable, not control, not certainty, but presence. When you are fully here, tomorrow cannot disturb you. It cannot pull you. It cannot exhaust you before it even begins. It waits where it belongs, and you remain here, where you are. There is a calm strength in that, a sense of grounding that does not depend on what comes next, because you are no longer living ahead of yourself. You are resting inside the moment, and the moment is enough. Let tomorrow take care of itself when it arrives. Let the future unfold in its own time. You do not need to meet it tonight. You only need to meet this moment. And this moment is simple. The body is resting. The breath is steady. The night is quiet. Nothing is reaching for you. Nothing is demanding your attention.
So let the mind settle here.
Let it release everything it has been holding for later. Let it rest without stepping forward.
You are not falling behind.
You are returning to where you belong. And as that return becomes deeper, something even more subtle begins to unfold. Because even when tomorrow is set aside, the mind still tries to follow every thought that appears, as if each one deserves to be completed. But not every thought needs to be finished. And as tomorrow gently fades into the distance, another quiet habit comes into focus. Even when you stop chasing the future, the mind still holds on to something else, the need to complete every thought that begins, to follow it to the end, to see where it leads. As if leaving a thought unfinished is somehow wrong, a subtle pull begins. Each time a thought appears, it starts small. A sentence forms in the mind. A memory begins. A question opens. And almost immediately, there is an urge to continue it, to finish the story, to arrive at a conclusion. The mind leans in, curious, engaged, ready to follow wherever it goes. But this is where rest is quietly interrupted, because not every thought needs to be completed. Some thoughts are like passing sounds. They arise, they move, and they fade. But when you follow them, you give them direction. You extend them. You turn a simple moment into a chain of thinking that keeps the mind active long after it needs to be still. The Stoics understood that thoughts are not always useful just because they appear. They saw the importance of choosing where attention goes. Not every idea deserves your energy. Not every mental thread needs to be pulled. Right now, you may notice thoughts beginning to form. A small idea, followed by another. A memory trying to unfold. A question asking to be explored. And the old habit wants to follow. It wants to see what comes next. But this is where something different can happen. You can let the thought finish without following it. Notice the difference. Instead of stepping into the thought, you stay where you are. You allow it to complete its movement without adding to it. You don't interrupt it. You don't expand it. You simply let it pass on its own. At first, this feels unusual. The mind is used to participating. It believes that engagement is necessary, that if a thought begins, it must be completed through effort. But thoughts already have their own natural ending. They do not need your help to finish. They only need space. Think of how a sentence in your mind can fade if you don't continue it. How a memory dissolves when you don't replay it. How a question loses its grip when you don't chase the answer immediately.
This is the art.
allowing thoughts to complete themselves without becoming part of them. Right now, you are not required to think your way through anything. You are not required to solve every idea that appears. You are not required to reach the end of every mental path. You can stay here while the thoughts move on their own. And as you do, something begins to change. The thoughts become shorter, less detailed, less demanding, because they are no longer being fed. They rise and they fall without turning into long streams of thinking. This is how the mind begins to quiet itself, not by force, not by stopping thoughts completely, but by removing the habit of following them. You are still aware, still present, but not involved in every movement. And in that space, a deeper calm begins to form. A sense that the mind can be active without being overwhelming. A realization that thoughts can exist without controlling your state. This is a form of freedom, because when you no longer feel the need to follow every thought, you are no longer pulled in every direction. You are no longer carried by every idea that appears. You remain steady, even as the mind releases what it has been holding. Let the thoughts come. Let them begin. Let them finish, without stepping inside them,
Without extending them.
without turning them into something more. Just allow. And as you continue, the gaps between thoughts begin to widen. The silence becomes more noticeable. The mind starts to settle into a rhythm that feels natural, unforced. This is where rest deepens, because the mind is no longer working to complete every mental process.
It is allowing things to end without effort.
You don't need to control the flow. You don't need to direct what comes next. You only need to remain here, steady, aware, and at ease. And as that ease grows, another quiet understanding begins to surface. Because even when thoughts are no longer followed, the mind still holds on to something deeper. A belief that all this energy, all this movement, must be managed or redirected in some way.
But what if even that energy didn't need to be controlled?
And as thoughts begin to finish on their own, without being followed, something else quietly reveals itself underneath. A subtle movement, a kind of inner charge that has always been there but often misunderstood. It doesn't speak clearly. It doesn't explain itself. It simply feels like pressure, like something moving through you without direction. A quiet intensity that has been mistaken for something wrong. For a long time, this feeling has been labeled as anxiety, something to get rid of, something to calm down as quickly as possible. But what if it is not only that? What if part of what you feel is not a problem, but energy that has nowhere to go? The body is always alive with movement. Thoughts create reactions. Emotions create shifts. The nervous system responds to everything you experience, and sometimes that response builds up. Not because something is broken, but because something has not been expressed, released, or understood. This is where anxiety can begin to feel overwhelming, not because it is too much, but because it is not being guided. The Stoics saw this in a different way. They understood that strong internal states are not enemies. They are signals. They are forces that can either disturb you or be shaped by your awareness. Right now, there may still be a subtle energy in your body, a restlessness, a slight tension, a feeling that something is moving, even as you lie still. And the old habit wants to suppress it, to push it down, to make it disappear. But suppression creates resistance, and resistance keeps the energy locked in place. What if you didn't fight it? What if you allowed it to exist without labeling it as a problem? Notice how it feels, not as anxiety, but as movement, as energy.
as something that is simply present. The moment you stop calling it a threat, it begins to change. It feels less heavy, less overwhelming, because the mind is no longer reacting to it with fear.
Energy is not dangerous.
It becomes uncomfortable only when it is misunderstood.
When it is resisted, when it is given a meaning that creates tension around it. But when you allow it, it starts to flow. Think about how energy moves in the body. It rises, it shifts, it settles. It is not static. It does not stay in one place forever. But when you resist it, you hold it in place. You create a loop where it cannot complete its natural cycle.
Right now, you are allowing that cycle to continue. You are not pushing the feeling away.
You are not trying to control it. You are simply letting it move. And as it moves, it begins to soften. It spreads out.
It loses its sharpness.
It becomes less focused, less intense. This is not something you are forcing. It is something you are allowing. And in that allowing, you are redirecting it, not by changing its direction actively, but by removing the resistance that was keeping it stuck. The body knows what to do. It knows how to process. It knows how to release. It only needs space.
And that space is being created now. You may notice the energy shifting in small ways.
A deep breath without effort. A slight release in the chest. A softening in the muscles. These are signs that the body is returning to balance, not because you fixed it, but because you stopped interfering with it.
This is the quiet intelligence of the system.
It does not need constant control.
It needs understanding, and right now, you are giving it that. You are no longer seeing anxiety as something that must be eliminated. You are seeing it as something that can move and change when it is not resisted. This changes your relationship with it. It is no longer something you fear. It becomes something you observe, something you allow,
Something that passes through, rather than something that traps you.
and as that relationship shifts, the intensity continues to fade. The body becomes lighter.
The mind becomes quieter. The sense of urgency dissolves.
Because the energy is no longer being held in place. It is flowing, naturally, without resistance. Let that continue. Let the body do what it knows how to do. Let the energy move without trying to shape it. Let it rise and fall in its own time. You are not in danger. Nothing is out of control.
This is simply the body returning to balance.
And as that balance begins to settle, another quiet understanding starts to emerge. Because even when energy is no longer resisted, the mind still holds on to something else. A belief that it must keep directing everything, that it must stay involved in every outcome. But what if stepping back was actually the path to deeper peace? And as the energy in the body begins to settle and move more freely, another layer quietly comes into focus. Even when you stop resisting, even when you allow things to flow, the mind still holds on to something subtle. The need to control how everything turns out. The need to reach a specific result before it can finally relax. A quiet attachment to how things should end. It doesn't always feel obvious. Sometimes it hides behind effort, behind planning, behind the desire to do things well. But underneath it, there is a belief that peace depends on outcomes, that you can only feel calm once things go the way you want. And this is where tension quietly returns. Because outcomes are never fully in your hands. You can act, you can prepare, you can move in a certain direction. But the result is shaped by many things beyond your control. The Stoics understood this clearly. They focused on what is within your power, your actions, your choices, your effort. And they released what is not.
the final outcome, the reaction of others, the exact way things unfold. This is not giving up. This is clarity. Right now, there may be things in your life you care about deeply, situations you want to go a certain way, outcomes you are hoping for, and the mind keeps returning to them, checking, adjusting, trying to make sure everything turns out right.
But notice what that does. It creates pressure.
Because the mind is trying to control something that cannot be fully controlled. What if you didn't need to hold on to the result so tightly? What if your role was simply to move in the right direction and let the outcome arrive on its own? Feel the difference in that. When you attach to outcomes, the mind stays tense. It keeps checking. It keeps worrying. It stays ahead of the present moment.
But when you detach, the mind softens.
Not because you stop caring, but because you stop trying to force what is not yours to force. You still have direction. You still have intention.
You still move forward.
But you are no longer carrying the weight of how everything must end. This is the balance. Detachment is not drifting. It is moving forward without clinging.
Right now, you don't need to decide how everything will turn out.
You don't need to secure the future before you rest. You only need to trust the process and allow the rest to unfold. You have done what you can for today.
The actions you took are enough for now.
The effort you gave is enough for now. There is nothing more to adjust in this moment.
So the mind can release its grip.
Let the outcomes stay where they belong, outside your control. Let the future remain open. Let the results form in their own time, and stay here with what is present. The breath is steady.
The body is resting.
The night is quiet. Nothing is asking you to determine the ending of anything.
This is where peace becomes possible.
Because peace does not require certainty of outcomes. It requires trust in your ability to walk your path, regardless of how it unfolds. You are not defined by results. You are defined by how you show up. And right now, showing up means allowing yourself to rest without checking,
Without adjusting. Without holding on to what comes next.
Let that weight fall away. Let the need to control outcomes dissolve. You are still moving forward, even in stillness. Direction remains, even when the mind is quiet. And as that quiet deepens, something even softer begins to appear. Because when outcomes are no longer being held so tightly, the mind starts to notice something else it has been doing all along, trying to explain everything to itself, over and over, as if understanding is required before peace can exist. And as the grip on outcomes begins to loosen, something even more subtle begins to reveal itself. Even when you are no longer trying to control what happens next, the mind still reaches for something else. It tries to understand everything, to explain every feeling, every event, every shift inside you, as if peace only comes after everything makes sense. A quiet need to turn life into a story that feels complete. It shows up in small ways. You revisit conversations, trying to figure out what they meant. You replay moments, searching for clarity. You analyze feelings, asking why they are there, what caused them, what they say about you. The mind becomes a constant interpreter, trying to translate every experience into something it can grasp.
But not everything needs to be explained.
And the effort to explain everything often creates more noise than clarity. The Stoics understood that life is not always meant to be fully understood in the moment. They knew that the mind can become trapped in endless analysis, mistaking explanation for control. But understanding does not always bring peace. Sometimes it deepens the loop. Because when you keep asking why, the mind keeps searching. And when it keeps searching, it keeps moving. And when it keeps moving, it cannot rest.
Right now, there may be things your mind is still trying to explain.
Why you feel a certain way. Why something happened.
Why the future feels uncertain.
And the old habit wants to keep going, to find answers, to make sense of everything before you can finally relax. But what if nothing needed to be explained right now? What if you could let the questions exist without chasing the answers? Notice what that does. The mind slows. The pressure softens because it is no longer trying to solve something that does not need to be solved in this moment.
There is a quiet relief in not knowing.
A calm that comes when you stop turning every experience into a problem that must be understood. Life is not always clear. Feelings are not always logical. Some things do not fit into neat explanations. And that is okay. Right now, you don't need to understand everything. You don't need to explain why you feel what you feel. You don't need to make sense of every thought that appears.
You can let it all be without turning it into a story. This is where the mind begins to rest more deeply.
Because explanation is effort. And when that effort is removed, space opens. The thoughts become lighter. The need to analyze fades. The mind no longer circles the same questions again and again. It begins to settle.
Not because everything has been figured out, but because nothing needs to be.
Think about how often understanding comes later, when you are no longer looking for it. How clarity appears after distance. How answers reveal themselves when the mind is no longer forcing them. This is the natural rhythm. But when you try to explain everything immediately, you interrupt that rhythm. You create tension. You keep the mind active when it is meant to be still. Tonight, you are stepping out of that pattern. You are no longer trying to explain life to yourself. You are allowing it to be without interpretation. Feel the difference in that. The mind becomes quieter.
The body softens.
The sense of effort fades because there is nothing left to figure out, nothing left to analyze, nothing left to solve. Only this moment, only this breath, only this quiet space where everything is allowed to exist without being turned into something else. You don't need to understand your way into peace. You can rest your way into it. Let the questions fade into the background. Let the need for explanation dissolve. Let life be unfinished, undefined, open. And in that openness, something gentle begins to take its place.
A calm that does not depend on answers.
A stillness that does not require understanding. A quiet trust that things will make sense in their own time, without your constant effort. Stay here. Let the mind be free from interpretation. Let the experience be simple. And as that simplicity deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when explanation fades, the mind still holds on to something else. A belief that everything must be completed, that nothing should be left open or unfinished. And as the need to explain begins to dissolve, something even more subtle starts to come into view. When the mind is no longer analyzing, no longer solving, no longer filling every space with meaning, something unfamiliar appears. Silence. Not the silence outside, but the silence within. And for a moment, it feels uncomfortable.
There is a quiet hesitation, as if something is missing.
The mind has spent so long staying active that stillness begins to feel strange. It searches for something to do, a thought to follow, a question to answer, a feeling to adjust. Because silence, to a busy mind, can feel like emptiness. And emptiness, can feel unsettling. This is why the mind often fears silence. Not because silence is dangerous, but because it is unfamiliar. The mind is used to movement. It is used to noise. It is used to filling every moment with something, thinking, planning, remembering, imagining. That activity creates a sense of control, a sense that something is always happening. But when silence appears, that sense fades, and the mind doesn't always know what to do with that. So it creates something, a thought, a distraction,
A small worry.
anything to break the quiet. This is not a mistake. It is a habit.
A habit of avoiding stillness because stillness feels unknown.
The Stoics understood the value of silence in a different way. They saw it not as emptiness, but as clarity. A space where the mind is no longer pulled in every direction. A place where you can see things as they are, without distortion. But to reach that, the mind has to stop running. And that is what feels uncomfortable at first. Right now, as the thoughts begin to slow, you may notice moments of quiet appearing. Small gaps where nothing is happening, no strong thoughts, no clear direction, just stillness. And the mind may try to fill it. Let it pause.
Let the silence stay. Just a little longer.
Notice what is actually there. There is no pressure, no demand, no urgency. Just space.
And within that space, there is something the mind has been missing.
Rest. Not the kind of rest that comes from solving problems, but the kind that comes from not creating them. Silence allows the mind to reset. It gives the nervous system a break from constant stimulation. It allows the body to soften without interruption.
But this only happens when silence is not resisted,
When you stop trying to fill it,
when you stop turning it into something else.
silence does not need to be fixed. It does not need to be understood.
It only needs to be allowed.
At first it may feel empty,
But stay with it, because underneath that emptiness, there is calm.
a steady, quiet calm that has always been there, but was covered by noise. The more you allow silence, the more familiar it becomes. The more familiar it becomes, the less the mind fears it. And slowly, something shifts. Silence stops feeling uncomfortable and starts feeling safe.
It becomes a place you can return to.
A space where nothing is required of you. A moment where the mind can simply exist without effort.
This is where healing begins.
Not through doing more, but through doing less. Not through adding, but through allowing.
Right now, there is nothing missing in this silence.
Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be filled.
You are here.
The body is resting. The breath is steady. The night is holding everything quietly.
Let the silence stay.
Let it expand. Let it soften everything around it. You don't need to escape it.
You don't need to change it.
You can rest inside it. And as that silence becomes more natural, something deeper begins to reveal itself. Because within that quiet, the mind starts to notice a pattern it has repeated for so long. The need to prepare for every possible outcome, as if thinking ahead will prevent what has not yet happened. And as silence begins to feel less unfamiliar, another habit quietly steps into the light. Even in stillness, even in calm, the mind sometimes returns to an old pattern. It starts preparing, replaying, rehearsing what could go wrong, as if running through every possible failure will somehow protect you from it. A quiet tension returns, disguised as preparation. It feels responsible at first, like you're getting ahead, like you're being careful. The mind tells you, if I think it through enough times, I'll be ready.
So it begins. It runs through scenarios. It imagines mistakes. It builds conversations. It tests outcomes. But look closely, and something becomes clear. Rehearsing failure does not create safety.
It creates exhaustion.
Because the mind is trying to live through events that have not happened, over and over again, each time with the same emotional weight, each time with the same sense of urgency, and the body responds as if it's real. The chest tightens, the breath shortens, the muscles hold, all from something that has not occurred. This is how anxiety drains you, quietly. Not in one moment, but in repeated rehearsals of things that may never come. The Stoics approached this differently. They did reflect on possible difficulties, but not in a way that trapped them. They used it to prepare the mind once, not to repeat it endlessly. They understood that there is a point where preparation becomes overthinking, and beyond that point, it becomes harm. Right now, notice if the mind is trying to rehearse anything, a situation, a conversation, an outcome.
And gently step back. You don't need to run through it again.
You have already thought about it enough. More repetition will not make it clearer. It will only make it heavier.
There is a difference between preparation and repetition.
Preparation is brief, intentional, then released. Repetition is endless, automatic, and draining. Tonight, you are stepping out of repetition. You are not ignoring what matters. You are simply choosing not to carry it over and over again. Feel how the body responds when you stop rehearsing. The tension begins to ease. The breath becomes softer.
Because the mind is no longer creating pressure. You are not in that situation right now.
You are not having that conversation. You are not facing that outcome. You are here, in stillness, in quiet. Nothing is unfolding that requires rehearsal.
So let it go, for now.
Not forever, just for this moment.
Let tomorrow hold tomorrow's events.
Let the future unfold in real time, not in repeated simulations. The mind believes it is helping, but it is only repeating. And repetition without purpose creates fatigue. You don't need to prepare for every version of what could go wrong. You only need to trust that when the moment comes, you will respond.
Just like you always have.
Think about how many situations you faced without perfect preparation. How many moments you handled even when you didn't feel ready. How many times you adapted, adjusted, moved through something unexpected. That is not luck. That is your natural ability. And it does not come from rehearsing every possibility. It comes from being present when it matters. So tonight, you are not preparing. You are resting. You are allowing the mind to stop running simulations.
You are allowing the body to step out of imagined stress.
You are allowing yourself to be here without projecting forward.
Let the scenes fade.
Let the conversations dissolve.
Let the what-ifs pass without following them. They do not need to be completed. They do not need to be perfected. They can remain unfinished, without consequence. And as you release that habit, something begins to change.
The mind becomes lighter, less crowded,
less pressured, because it is no longer carrying multiple futures at once.
It is only holding this moment. And this moment is simple.
Nothing is going wrong.
Nothing is failing.
Nothing is asking for correction. Only stillness. Only quiet. Only the gentle rhythm of rest.
Stay here. Let the need to rehearse fade completely.
Let the mind return to calm without trying to get ahead. You are not behind.
You are exactly where you need to be.
And as that calm deepens, another quiet realization begins to surface.
Because even when the mind stops rehearsing failure, it still holds on to something else. The belief that it must predict everything to stay safe. And as the rehearsals begin to fade, another quiet pattern becomes visible beneath them. Even when the mind is no longer running through every possible failure, it still reaches for something else. It tries to predict, to stay ahead, to figure out what comes next before it arrives. A subtle strain begins, one that has been carried for a long time. It doesn't always feel like fear. Sometimes it feels like awareness, like you're being careful, like you're staying prepared. The mind scans ahead, searching for signs, trying to read what might happen before it unfolds. But look closely, and something begins to show. Prediction is not rest. It is effort. And when it becomes constant, it becomes exhausting. Because the mind is trying to do something it was never meant to do fully. It is trying to control time, to step into the future, gather information, and bring it back into the present. But the future does not reveal itself that way. So the mind keeps trying, again and again, and with each attempt, the body stays alert. The breath becomes shallow, the muscles stay slightly tense, not because something is wrong, but because the mind believes it must stay ready. This is the hidden exhaustion, not from one big worry, but from the constant effort of trying to see what cannot yet be seen. The Stoics understood this limitation clearly. They knew that while you can prepare your character, you cannot predict every outcome. They accepted that uncertainty is part of life, not something to eliminate. And in that acceptance, they found rest.
Right now, notice if there is any part of your mind still trying to look ahead.
Trying to figure out what will happen, trying to read the future, even in small ways.
And gently step back. You don't need to know what comes next.
You don't need to predict how things will unfold. You don't need to solve what has not yet appeared. Let that effort drop. Feel what happens in the body when you stop trying to predict. The shoulders soften, the chest opens slightly, the breath becomes more natural, because the mind is no longer reaching forward. It is returning here.
This moment is not asking for prediction.
It is not asking you to prepare for anything.
It is simply here, waiting to be experienced without effort. The future will come, whether you think about it or not. It will unfold, whether you predict it or not.
And when it arrives, you will meet it with the clarity you have in that moment, not with the imagined clarity you try to create now.
There is a quiet trust in that, a recognition that you do not need to live ahead of yourself to be ready. You only need to be present when the moment comes. Think about how many times the future surprised you, how often things unfolded in ways you could not have predicted, how many outcomes were different from what you expected, and yet you adapted.
You moved through it.
You continued. That did not come from prediction.
It came from presence.
So tonight, you are releasing the need to look ahead. You are letting the future remain unknown. You are allowing the mind to stop scanning, stop searching, stop trying to get ahead.
Because getting ahead has never brought you peace.
It has only kept you from resting. You are not required to carry tomorrow's possibilities. You are not required to anticipate every outcome. You are allowed to be here without reaching forward. Let that settle. Let the effort of prediction dissolve. Let the mind come back from the future and rest in the present. There is nothing missing in this moment. Nothing that needs to be figured out. Nothing that requires your attention beyond what is here. And what is here is simple. The body is lying still. The breath is moving gently. The night is quiet. You are not behind. You are not unprepared. You are simply resting. And as that rest deepens, the exhaustion begins to lift. Not because everything has been solved, but because nothing is being forced. The mind is no longer carrying the weight of what might happen. It is only holding what is, and that is light. Stay here. Let the future remain untouched. Let the mind release its need to predict.
Let the body feel what it is like to not be on alert.
You are safe in this moment. And as that safety becomes clearer, another quiet habit begins to reveal itself. Because even when prediction fades, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that it must feel okay all the time before it can finally relax. And as the weight of prediction begins to fall away, another quiet expectation reveals itself beneath it. Even when the mind stops looking ahead, it still holds on to something else. A belief so subtle it often goes unnoticed. The belief that you must feel okay all the time before you can truly rest. A quiet pressure forms, not from the outside, but from within. It shows up in small ways. The moment discomfort appears, the mind reacts. It tries to adjust it, improve it, shift it into something better. It asks, why do I feel like this? How do I fix it? When will this pass? As if feeling anything other than calm is a problem that must be corrected immediately. But that pressure creates more tension than the feeling itself. Because now you are not only experiencing discomfort, you are resisting it. And resistance adds weight. The Stoics understood something deeply freeing. They knew that not every moment would feel good, not every day would feel light, and they did not demand that it should. Instead, they focused on something simpler, allowing each state to exist without turning it into a failure. Right now, there may still be small feelings present. A quiet restlessness, a trace of unease, a softness that hasn't fully settled yet. And the old habit wants to step in. It wants to make it better, to smooth it out, to reach a state where everything feels perfectly calm before you can finally relax. But what if that is not required? What if you don't need to feel completely okay to rest? Notice how that changes things. The pressure eases, the urgency fades, because the mind is no longer chasing a specific feeling. There is nothing wrong with not feeling perfect.
There is nothing broken in experiencing discomfort.
There is nothing you need to correct in order to be allowed to rest. Feelings are not tasks.
They are movements.
They rise, they shift, they pass. And when you stop trying to control them, they begin to settle on their own. Right now, you can let everything be as it is. You don't need to reach a certain emotional state. You don't need to force calm.
You don't need to eliminate every trace of tension. You can rest exactly as you are. This is where a deeper kind of peace begins.
Not the kind that comes from fixing everything, but the kind that comes from allowing everything. You are not responsible for feeling okay every second. You are not required to maintain a perfect inner state. You are allowed to be human,
To feel,
to experience, to have moments that are not fully settled and still be at peace within them. This is a quiet release, because so much energy has been spent trying to feel better, instead of simply allowing what is present.
and that effort has kept the mind active.
But now, that effort is no longer needed. You can let the feelings exist without shaping them. You can let the body hold what it is holding without trying to change it. You can let the mind be where it is without asking it to be somewhere else.
And in that allowance, something soft begins to happen. The tension loosens,
The breath deepens. The overall sense of pressure fades, because you are no longer working against yourself. You are no longer demanding something different from this moment.
You are simply here.
And here is enough. Feel how the body responds to that. There is no expectation, no requirement, no standard you need to meet. Just rest, just stillness, just the quiet understanding that you are allowed to be as you are, without needing to improve it right now. This is where the mind begins to trust again.
Because it is no longer being pushed.
It is no longer being corrected. It is no longer being told that something is wrong. It is being allowed. And when the mind feels allowed, it begins to settle naturally. Not forced, not controlled, but gently, on its own.
Stay with that.
Let the need to feel okay dissolve completely. Let the expectation fall away. Let the moment be exactly as it is. And as that acceptance deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you stop trying to feel okay, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that every feeling must be understood, interpreted, or given meaning before it can be released. And as the need to feel okay begins to fade, something quietly shifts in the way this moment is seen. What once felt like something to get through begins to feel like something to learn from. Not in a heavy way, not as another task, but as a gentle realization. This night is not against you.
It is teaching you.
There is a quiet opportunity here, hidden inside the stillness. During the day, everything moves quickly. There are distractions, responsibilities, conversations, noise. Emotions come and go, often unnoticed, pushed aside or covered by activity. There is little space to truly see what is happening inside you.
But at night, all of that fades.
And what remains is clear. The thoughts are easier to notice.
The feelings are closer to the surface. The patterns are more visible. Not because something is wrong, but because nothing is hiding them anymore. This is why the night can feel intense, but it is also why the night can become a place of growth. The Stoics believed that mastery of the self does not come from controlling the world, but from understanding your inner responses to it. And there is no better place to see those responses clearly than in quiet moments like this. Right now, you are seeing your mind more honestly, without distraction, without interruption. You are noticing how thoughts arise, how emotions move, how the body responds, and in that awareness you are learning, not through effort, but through observation. This is what emotional mastery begins to look like. Not the absence of feeling, but the ability to remain steady while feeling.
The ability to see what is happening without being pulled by it. The ability to stay present, even when the mind moves.
Tonight is giving you that space, a space where nothing external is demanding your attention, a space where you can observe your inner world without needing to change it.
And that is where understanding deepens.
Notice how a thought appears and then fades. Notice how a feeling rises and then softens. Notice how the body reacts and then settles. All of this is happening without you forcing it.
You are simply watching.
And in that watching, you are building something, a quiet steadiness.
A calm awareness that does not depend on what is happening inside you.
This is not something you achieve all at once. It grows slowly. Each moment you observe without reacting, it strengthens. Each time you allow, instead of resist, it deepens. Each time you stay present instead of being carried away, it becomes more natural.
This is why the night matters.
Not because it challenges you, but because it reveals you. It shows you how the mind moves,
how emotions behave, how patterns repeat. And with that understanding comes choice.
The choice to respond differently.
The choice to remain still, the choice to not follow every impulse.
This is the beginning of mastery. Not control over everything, but clarity within yourself.
Right now, there is nothing you need to prove, nothing you need to perfect. You are already practicing just by being here, by noticing,
By allowing.
by not reacting to every movement inside. This is enough. Let the night continue to show you what it has been showing, without judgment, without pressure. Just quiet awareness. And as that awareness grows, something begins to change. The same thoughts that once felt overwhelming begin to feel lighter. The same emotions that once felt intense begin to feel manageable.
Not because they have disappeared, but because your relationship to them has changed.
You are no longer inside them,
You are observing them.
and that distance creates calm.
Stay here.
Let this moment be what it is, a space of quiet learning,
A place where nothing needs to be forced.
a place where everything is allowed to unfold naturally. You are not trying to master anything tonight. You are simply becoming familiar with yourself.
And in that familiarity, mastery begins.
And as this understanding settles deeper, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you observe clearly, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that every thought carries authority, that it must be listened to, trusted, or obeyed. And as the quiet awareness of the night deepens, something even more subtle begins to reveal itself. Even when you observe your thoughts, even when you stop reacting to them, there is still a hidden belief underneath it all. The belief that every thought carries authority, that because it appears, it must be true or important or followed. A quiet obedience that has been happening for years. It doesn't feel like obedience at first. It feels natural. A thought appears, and the mind moves with it. It agrees. It reacts. It builds on it, as if the thought itself has power over what you do next. But here is something that changes everything once you see it clearly. Thoughts are not commands.
They are not instructions you must follow.
They are not orders that control your actions. They are simply events passing through the mind. And most of them are not even chosen by you. They appear on their own, sometimes useful, sometimes meaningless, sometimes completely inaccurate. Yet the mind treats them all the same. It listens, it reacts, it obeys. And this is where so much inattention begins. Because when every thought is treated like a command, the mind is constantly moving, constantly responding, constantly shifting based on whatever appears next. There is no rest in that. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that the first impression, the thought that arises, is not within your control, but what you do next is. You can choose whether to accept it, question it, or let it pass. That choice is where your freedom exists. Right now, there may still be thoughts appearing, small ones,
Faint ones.
a sentence forming, a memory returning, a suggestion rising in the background, and the old habit wants to follow. It wants to treat it as something important. But pause for a moment. Just notice it, without agreeing,
Without rejecting.
without doing anything with it, and feel what happens. The thought loses its urgency,
It no longer feels like something you must act on.
because you are no longer treating it as a command. This is a quiet shift, but a powerful one.
You begin to see thoughts for what they are: temporary, unstable, passing. Not all of them deserve your attention. Not all of them reflect reality. Not all of them need to be completed or believed.
And once you see that, something begins to relax.
The mind is no longer under pressure to respond to everything. It can allow thoughts to come and go, without turning each one into action.
Think about how many thoughts you have followed today without questioning them.
How many times a simple idea turned into a long chain of thinking? How many moments were shaped by something that appeared and was immediately believed? Now, something is different. You are not required to follow every thought.
You are not required to agree with everything that appears.
You are not required to act on what the mind suggests. You can remain still while thoughts move.
This is where calm begins to deepen.
Because the mind is no longer reacting automatically. It is observing, choosing, allowing, and in that space, there is rest.
Right now, there is nothing you need to do with your thoughts.
Nothing you need to decide.
Nothing you need to follow. Let them pass, like distant echoes.
Let them rise and fade without interference. You are not missing anything. You are not ignoring something important.
You're simply stepping out of a pattern that has kept you active for too long.
And as that pattern loosens, the mind becomes lighter,
Less crowded, less demanding.
because it is no longer trying to respond to everything at once. It is simply here, aware, still, at ease. Stay with that. Let the thoughts come without giving them authority. Let them pass without turning them into action.
Let the mind rest without being led by every movement inside it.
And as this understanding settles deeper, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when thoughts lose their authority, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that everything must be finished, that nothing should be left incomplete before you can finally relax. And as thoughts begin to lose their authority, another quiet belief starts to loosen beneath them. Even when you no longer follow every thought, the mind still holds on to something deeper. The need to finish everything, to close every loop, to resolve every feeling, every question, every moment before you can finally allow yourself to rest. A subtle tension remains, built around the idea of completion. It shows up quietly. The mind returns to something unfinished. A conversation that didn't end clearly. A situation that still feels open. A question that hasn't been answered. And there is a pull, a need to bring it to a conclusion, as if rest depends on everything being tied together neatly.
But life does not always offer closure on demand.
Some things stay open longer than you want. Some answers take time.
Some endings do not arrive when you expect them to.
And when you try to force closure, the mind stays active. It keeps searching. It keeps revisiting.
It keeps trying to complete what is not ready to be completed.
This is where rest becomes delayed. Not because something is wrong, but because the mind believes it cannot stop until everything feels finished. The Stoics understood that not everything needs to be resolved immediately. They accepted that life unfolds in its own rhythm, that some things remain incomplete, and that this incompleteness is not a problem.
Right now, there may still be things in your mind that feel unfinished.
Moments that didn't end the way you wanted. Thoughts that didn't reach a conclusion. Feelings that are still lingering.
And the old habit wants to return to them, to complete them before sleep can come. But what if that is not necessary?
What if you could rest, even with things still open? Notice how that feels. There is a release, a softening of pressure. Because the mind is no longer trying to force an ending. There is nothing wrong with something being incomplete. There is nothing unsafe about not having all the answers. There is nothing missing in this moment. Even if some parts of your life are still unfolding, you do not need closure to rest. You do not need to resolve everything to feel peace.
You do not need to reach the end of every story before you can step away from it.
Right now, you are allowed to pause, to leave things where they are, to let the unfinished remain unfinished, without turning it into a problem. Feel how the body responds to that. The tension eases.
The breath becomes softer because the mind is no longer holding on to something that must be completed.
It is letting go. This is where freedom begins. Not in finishing everything, but in realizing you don't need to. Think about how many things in your life have resolved themselves over time. How many answers came without forcing them. How many situations softened when you stopped trying to control their ending.
This is the natural flow.
But when you hold on to the need for closure, you interrupt that flow. You create resistance. You keep the mind active when it is meant to rest.
Tonight, you are stepping out of that pattern.
You are allowing things to remain open. You are releasing the need to complete every thought, every feeling, every moment. You are trusting that life can continue unfolding, even when you are not holding it together.
Right now, there is nothing you need to finish. Nothing you need to conclude. Nothing you need to bring to an end.
Only this moment. Only this quiet space. Only this breath, moving gently in and out. Let the unfinished stay where it is. Let the questions remain open. Let the stories pause without needing to be completed.
You are not leaving anything behind.
You are simply resting. And as you rest, things continue to move in their own time, without your effort, without your control, without your constant attention. This is where peace deepens.
Because peace does not depend on everything being resolved.
It exists, even in the middle of the unknown. Stay here.
Let the mind release its need for closure. Let the body soften into stillness.
Let the night hold what is unfinished, without asking you to complete it. You are allowed to stop. You are allowed to rest, even when things are still open. And as that rest becomes deeper, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you no longer need closure, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that discomfort must be resisted, that it should not be allowed to stay for long. And as the need for closure begins to fall away, another quiet layer reveals itself beneath it. Even when you allow things to remain unfinished, the mind still holds on to something deeper. The belief that discomfort should not be there, that it needs to be pushed away, reduced, removed as quickly as possible.
A subtle resistance remains, almost automatic.
The moment a feeling appears that isn't pleasant, the body tightens. The mind reacts. It wants to change it, to escape it, to move toward something better. It treats discomfort as something that must be corrected before you can relax. But that resistance is where the real weight begins. Because now, you are not only feeling discomfort, you are fighting it. And fighting creates pressure. The Stoics understood this with quiet clarity. They knew that discomfort is part of being human, not something to avoid at all costs, but something to face without adding struggle. They saw that pain itself is often lighter than the resistance to it. Right now, there may still be small sensations in your body.
A tightness, a restlessness,
a feeling that is not fully settled, and the old habit wants to push against it. But pause, just for a moment,
Stop resisting,
not to accept it forever, not to agree with it.
but to allow it to be there, without trying to change it.
Notice what happens. The tension around it begins to soften, because the resistance is what was making it heavier. Discomfort on its own is often simple, a sensation, a movement.
A passing experience.
But when you resist it, you turn it into something bigger. You add layers, you add meaning, you create a struggle that did not need to exist. Right now you can remove that extra layer. You can let the discomfort be exactly what it is, without pushing it away. Feel it gently, not as something to fix, but as something to observe. It may rise, it may shift, it may stay for a moment.
And then it changes. Because everything inside you is always moving.
Nothing is fixed, nothing stays the same forever. And when you stop resisting, that movement becomes easier.
The body no longer holds it in place.
The mind no longer adds pressure.
Everything begins to flow.
This is where the weight begins to drop.
Not because the discomfort disappears instantly, but because the struggle around it fades. You are no longer fighting.
You are allowing.
And allowing is lighter. Think about how much energy has been spent trying to avoid certain feelings. How often the mind has worked to push away discomfort, only to make it return stronger. How many moments have been shaped by resistance instead of presence? Now, something is different. You are not pushing. You are not avoiding. You are simply here with what is. And that is enough. Right now there is nothing wrong with how you feel.
Nothing needs to be corrected.
Nothing needs to be removed before you can rest. You can lie here, with everything exactly as it is, and still be at peace. Feel how the body responds to that. The muscles soften, the breath deepens, the overall sense of pressure begins to fade, because you are no longer carrying the extra weight of resistance. You have set it down, and what remains is lighter, simpler,
more manageable.
This is where calm begins to deepen, not by eliminating discomfort, but by removing the struggle around it.
Let that continue.
Let the sensations exist without interference. Let the mind stay quiet around them. Let the body do what it naturally does. Process, release, return to balance. You don't need to hurry it. You don't need to change it. You only need to allow it.
And as you continue to allow, something else begins to shift.
The discomfort loses its sharpness. It becomes less demanding, less central, because it is no longer being resisted. Stay here.
Let the weight continue to drop.
Let the body settle into ease. Let the mind remain still. You are not trapped in discomfort. You are simply experiencing it and letting it pass. And as that passing becomes clearer, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when discomfort is no longer resisted, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that every feeling must be interpreted, that it carries a meaning that needs to be understood before it can be released. And as the weight of resistance begins to fall away, something even more revealing starts to come into view. Even when you stop fighting discomfort, even when you allow it to exist, the mind still holds on to a pattern that keeps everything moving in circles. A quiet repetition that has been running in the background for a long time. It doesn't always feel like a loop at first. It feels like thinking, like trying to understand, like trying to fix something. But if you look closely, you begin to notice something familiar. The same thoughts return, the same feelings follow, the same reactions appear again, and again,
and again. This is how anxiety sustains itself.
Not by becoming bigger, but by repeating. A thought appears, the body reacts. The reaction creates more thoughts. Those thoughts create more sensation, and the cycle continues, round and round, without a clear end. This is the loop, and the mind often gets caught inside it without realizing it, because each time it feels slightly different. Each time it feels important. Each time it feels like something new needs to be solved.
But underneath, it is the same pattern repeating itself.
The Stoics understood that much of human distress comes not from a single moment, but from how that moment is revisited again and again. They knew that the mind can keep itself in motion long after the original cause has passed. Right now, you may notice traces of this loop.
A thought returning,
A feeling following, a subtle reaction building. And the habit wants to continue it. It wants to follow the thought,
to respond.
to keep the movement going. But this is where something powerful can happen. You can see the loop without stepping into it. Notice it gently, without judgment,
Without trying to stop it.
just see it.
The thought arises.
The body responds, and before the next step begins, pause. Stay here. In this small space, the loop begins to weaken, because the loop depends on continuation. It depends on you moving from one step to the next.
And when you don't, it loses momentum.
Awareness breaks the chain, not by force, but by interruption. A simple, quiet interruption. You are not following the thought. You are not reacting automatically.
You are noticing.
And in that noticing, the cycle begins to slow. This is where freedom starts, not by eliminating every thought, but by no longer feeding the pattern that keeps them repeating.
Right now, you don't need to solve anything.
You don't need to complete the loop.
You don't need to follow the sequence to its end. You can let it stop, right here. Feel how the body responds when the loop is not continued. The tension softens. The breath becomes steadier, because the system is no longer being activated again and again. It is being allowed to settle.
This is something the mind is not used to at first.
It may try to restart the loop. It may bring back the thought. It may try to pull you in again. But each time, you can return to awareness, just noticing, just observing, without stepping forward. And each time you do, the loop weakens. The pattern loses its hold. The repetition fades, because it is no longer being sustained. This is not something you force. It happens naturally when awareness is present. The more you see the loop, the less power it has. The more you pause, the more it slows.
The more you allow, the more it dissolves.
And eventually, what once felt constant becomes quiet. The thoughts become less frequent. The reactions become softer. The cycle breaks, not in a dramatic way, but in a gradual release. Right now, you are already stepping out of it. By noticing, by not reacting, by allowing the moment to remain as it is, without continuing the pattern. Stay here. Let the loop lose its momentum. Let the mind rest in awareness. Let the body settle into calm. You are not trapped in repetition. You are stepping out of it. And as that space becomes clearer, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when the loop begins to fade, the mind still holds on to something else. The belief that feelings must be understood, interpreted, or explained before they can fully pass. And as the loop begins to loosen its grip, something even more subtle comes into view. Even when you stop repeating the cycle, even when awareness begins to break the pattern, the mind still reaches for something else. It tries to make sense of what you feel, to interpret it, to give it meaning, as if every feeling must be understood before it can pass. A quiet analysis begins, almost automatically. A feeling rises, and the mind asks, "Why is this here?" It searches for a cause, a reason, a story that explains it. And without noticing, the feeling becomes something more than a sensation. It becomes a problem to solve. But not every feeling needs a meaning.
And the need to interpret can keep it alive longer than it needs to be.
The Stoics understood that emotions can be observed without being turned into conclusions. They knew that while reflection has its place, not every internal movement requires explanation. Sometimes the healthiest response is simple awareness. Right now, there may still be feelings present.
A soft unease, a quiet heaviness, a subtle movement in the body that does not have clear words.
And the old habit wants to label it, to explain it, to understand it before allowing it to pass. But what if that step was not necessary?
What if the feeling could exist without being turned into a story?
Notice how different that feels. The pressure begins to ease.
Because the mind is no longer working. It is no longer trying to translate everything into meaning.
It is simply noticing. Feelings at their core are movement. They rise, they shift, they pass. And when they are not interrupted by analysis, they complete that movement naturally.
But when you interpret them, you hold them in place. You turn a simple experience into something extended.
Something heavier.
Something that stays longer than it needs to.
Right now, you can allow the feeling to be exactly what it is. No label, no explanation, no need to understand, just sensation, just presence.
Just awareness.
Feel it gently, without stepping into it. Let it exist, without asking what it means. Let it move, without guiding it.
This is where a deeper calm begins to form.
Because the mind is no longer interfering. It is no longer adding layers. It is no longer turning the experience into something more. It is allowing the body to process what it needs to process on its own. Think about how a feeling changes when you stop analyzing it. It becomes lighter, less defined,
Less demanding.
because it is no longer being shaped by thought. It is simply passing through.
This is a quiet form of trust.
Trust in the body's ability to release. Trust in the natural rhythm of emotions. Trust that not everything needs to be understood to be resolved. Right now, there is nothing you need to figure out about how you feel. Nothing you need to explain. Nothing you need to name.
You can let the feeling exist. And that is enough. Stay here.
Let the mind remain still around it. Let the body do what it knows how to do.
Let the feeling move without interference. And as it moves, notice how it begins to change.
Softening, shifting, fading. Not because you forced it, but because you allowed it. This is where true release begins. Not through understanding, but through presence.
You don't need to interpret your way into peace.
You can allow your way into it. And as that allowance deepens, something even quieter begins to emerge. Because even when feelings are no longer interpreted, the mind still holds on to something else, a tendency to drift, to lose connection with the present moment whenever thoughts begin to rise again. And as feelings begin to pass without needing explanation, another quiet shift begins to reveal itself. Even when the mind is no longer interpreting, no longer looping, no longer resisting, there are still moments when it becomes loud again. A sudden rise of thoughts, noise, movement. It can happen without warning. The mind picks up speed. Thoughts begin to stack. One leads to another, and before you notice, the quiet you felt begins to fade. Not because something went wrong, but because the mind returned to what it has practiced for so long. And in those moments, there is something simple you can return to. The breath, not as a technique to force calm, but as a place to come back to. The Stoics valued awareness of the present moment. They understood that when the mind drifts too far into thought, it loses its grounding. And the breath is always here, quietly bringing you back. Right now, notice the breath, not by changing it, not by controlling it, just noticing. The air moving in and moving out, soft, natural, unforced.
You don't need to make it deeper. You don't need to slow it down. It already knows what to do.
The breath has been with you the entire time, even when the mind was loud, even when thoughts were moving quickly. It remained steady, in the background. And now, you are returning to it, gently,
Without pressure.
without effort, just awareness. Feel how it anchors you, not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet, steady way.
The mind may still be active.
Thoughts may still appear, but the breath gives you something to rest in, something that does not change,
Something that does not ask anything from you.
Each inhale, a small return. Each exhale, a small release. And as you stay with it, the mind begins to slow. Not because you forced it, but because it is no longer drifting without direction. It has something steady to rest on. This is not about stopping thoughts completely. It is about not being carried by them. Each time the mind becomes loud, you can return here, again and again, without frustration, without judgment. The breath is always available, always patient, always waiting. Right now, there is nothing else you need to focus on. Just this, the gentle rise and fall. The quiet rhythm that continues on its own. Let the thoughts come and go. In the background. Let the noise soften without chasing it away. Stay with the breath. Feel how it creates space. Space between thoughts.
Space between reactions.
Space where calm can return naturally. You are not trying to silence the mind. You are giving it something steady to rest on.
And over time, it learns.
It begins to follow the rhythm. It begins to settle into the same quiet pace. This is how the mind finds stillness again. Not through control, but through return.
Each breath brings you back.
Back to the body.
Back to the present.
Back to this moment where nothing is required. Stay here. Let the breath carry you gently.
Let the mind rest alongside it.
Let everything slow, without effort. And as that rhythm becomes more natural, another quiet understanding begins to rise. Because even when you return to the breath, the mind still holds on to something else, a tendency to attach itself to what it experiences, instead of simply allowing it to pass. And as the breath becomes a place you can return to, another quiet layer begins to unfold. Even when you are present, even when you are steady, the mind still holds on to something subtle. It does not just experience, it attaches. It reaches out and holds on to what it likes, and pushes away what it doesn't. A quiet grasping begins, almost without noticing. A pleasant feeling appears, and the mind wants to keep it. A calm moment arrives, and the mind wants it to stay. A thought brings comfort, and the mind clings to it. And when something uncomfortable appears, the opposite happens. It resists, it tightens, it tries to move away. This is where tension quietly returns, because attachment creates pressure. It says, this must stay, and that must go. And the moment you divide experience this way, the mind is no longer at rest. It is managing, holding, controlling. The Stoics practiced something different.
They allowed things to come and go without attaching to them.
Not because they did not care, but because they understood that everything changes, that holding too tightly creates suffering, and resisting too strongly creates struggle. Right now, notice what is present. A feeling, a thought,
A sensation.
and gently let it be there, without trying to keep it, without trying to remove it. Just allow. Notice how different that feels. There is no pressure, no effort, because you are not holding anything in place. You are not pushing anything away. You are simply letting it exist. This is what allowing without attachment looks like. You experience without clinging. You notice without controlling. You stay present without interfering.
Feel how the body responds to that.
The tension softens. The breath becomes easier because the mind is no longer gripping. Attachment often hides in subtle ways. The desire for things to stay the same. The hope that calm will not leave. The fear that discomfort will last forever. But all of these come from the same place, trying to hold on to what is changing. Right now, you don't need to hold anything. You don't need to keep the calm. You don't need to remove the discomfort. You don't need to manage the experience. You can let everything move naturally.
Thoughts come and go.
Feelings rise and fall. Sensations shift and fade. And you remain steady. Not because you stopped everything, but because you stopped holding on to everything. This is where a deeper peace begins, a peace that does not depend on what is present, a peace that remains even as things change. You are not losing anything by letting go. You are gaining space. You are gaining ease. You are allowing life to flow without resistance.
Stay here.
Let each moment pass without holding it. Let each feeling move without controlling it. Let each thought fade without following it. You don't need to attach.
You don't need to resist.
You only need to allow.
And as you continue to allow, something begins to shift. The mind becomes lighter, less involved, less reactive.
Because it is no longer trying to shape the experience,
It is simply part of it. This is where rest deepens, because the mind is no longer working to maintain or remove anything. It is simply being, and being is enough.
stay with that.
Let everything come and go. Let the experience unfold without holding on to it. And as that flow becomes more natural, another quiet realization begins to rise, because even when you allow without attachment, the mind still holds on to something else. A belief that certain labels, certain identities, define who you are. And as allowing becomes more natural, another quiet layer begins to loosen beneath it. Even when you stop holding on to thoughts, even when you let feelings come and go, the mind still carries something deeper. Not just experiences, but identity. A quiet label that has been repeated for so long it feels like truth.
I'm an anxious person.
It may not always be said out loud. Sometimes it sits quietly in the background, but it shapes how you see yourself, how you interpret what you feel, how you expect the mind to behave. A thought appears, and it confirms the label. A feeling rises, and it reinforces the story. And slowly, without noticing, the experience becomes who you believe you are.
But here is something that changes everything once you see it clearly.
What you experience is not who you are. Anxiety is something that moves through you. It is not something you are. The Stoics understood that identity can become a trap when it is built on temporary states.
They focused on character, on action, on awareness, not on labels that limit what is possible. Right now, there may still be moments of unease, thoughts that come and go, feelings that rise and fall, and the old habit wants to say, "This is me." But pause, look closely. The feeling is here, and then it shifts.
The thought appears, and then it fades.
Nothing inside you stays exactly the same.
So how can something that changes so often define who you are?
You are not the thought. You are not the feeling. You are the one noticing them. That distinction creates space, and in that space, identity begins to loosen. You no longer need to carry the label.
You no longer need to see yourself through the lens of anxiety.
You can experience what arises without turning it into who you are.
Right now, you don't need to call yourself anything. You don't need to define what you feel. You don't need to attach a name to your experience. You can simply be here, aware, present, at ease. Notice how that feels. There is a lightness, because the weight of identity is no longer there.
You are not trying to live up to a label.
You are not expecting yourself to feel a certain way. You are not reinforcing a story.
You are simply allowing what is present without turning it into something permanent. Think about how often identity shapes experience. If you believe you are anxious, every feeling becomes proof.
Every thought becomes confirmation, and the cycle continues.
But when you release that identity, the experience changes.
A thought is just a thought. A feeling is just a feeling.
It does not need to define you.
It does not need to stay. It does not need to mean anything about who you are.
Right now, you are not an anxious person.
You are a person experiencing a moment.
And this moment is already changing.
The body is softening. The breath is steady. The mind is quieter than before. And even if something rises again, it will pass, just like everything else. You don't need to hold on to an identity that was built from temporary states. You can let it go.
Gently.
Without effort, without resistance. Let the label fade. Let the story dissolve. Let yourself be undefined, open, present. And in that openness, something begins to emerge. A sense of freedom, a sense of lightness,
a sense that you are not limited by what you feel. You are not fixed.
You are not trapped. You are simply aware. Stay with that. Let the identity continue to loosen. Let the experience remain fluid. Let yourself exist without definition. And as that freedom deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when identity fades, the mind still holds on to something else. A subtle tendency to react, to respond automatically to every internal movement instead of remaining still. And as the identity begins to loosen, another quiet shift starts to take shape beneath it. Even when you stop labeling yourself, even when you allow thoughts and feelings to come and go, the mind still carries a subtle habit, the habit of reacting, of being moved by every internal sound, as if each one deserves a response. A quiet sensitivity remains to the noise within. A thought appears, and something in you leans toward it. A feeling rises, and something reacts. A small discomfort shows up, and something shifts. Not in a dramatic way, but just enough to disturb your stillness. This is where calm becomes fragile, because when every internal movement creates a reaction, the mind never fully rests. It stays alert, slightly engaged, slightly involved, always adjusting, even in the smallest ways. But there is another way, a quieter way. The Stoics practiced this kind of inner steadiness. Not by eliminating thoughts, not by controlling every feeling, but by developing the ability to remain unbothered by what passes through them. Not cold, not disconnected, just steady.
Right now, there may still be internal noise.
Faint thoughts, soft sensations, small shifts in feeling, and the old habit wants to respond. But pause.
Just notice it, without moving toward it.
Let the noise be there, without reacting to it. Notice how different that feels.
There is a stillness underneath.
A calm that does not depend on silence. Because you are no longer being pulled by what appears. You are not trying to stop the noise.
You are not trying to control it.
You are simply not being moved by it. This is where quiet strength begins.
Not in controlling the mind, but in not being disturbed by it.
Think about how often internal noise has shaped your state. A single thought changing your mood, a small feeling shifting your energy, a passing idea pulling you into a different direction, and all of it happening automatically. But now, something is changing. You are not reacting, you are not following.
You are not adjusting yourself based on every internal movement.
You are remaining still, while everything else moves. This is a deeper kind of calm, because it does not depend on what is happening inside you. It comes from how you relate to it. Right now, there is no need to respond,
No need to fix.
no need to follow. The thoughts can be there.
The sensations can exist.
The mind can move in the background, and you remain unchanged, steady, present, at ease. Feel how the body responds to that. The tension fades. The breath becomes softer, because there is no longer a need to react.
You are not being pulled.
You are not being disturbed. You are simply here. This is what it means to be unbothered. Not that nothing happens, but that nothing takes you away from yourself. The noise becomes distant, less important, less central, because it no longer has your attention. And without attention, it fades. This is not something you force. It grows naturally as you stop reacting, as you allow, as you remain steady. Each moment you choose not to be pulled. This strength deepens. Each time you stay still, the mind learns
That it does not need to respond to everything.
that it can let things pass without involvement.
This is where true rest begins.
Because the mind is no longer constantly adjusting. It is no longer reacting. It is simply being.
And being is enough. Stay here.
Let the noise exist without giving it importance. Let the mind move without following it. Let the body remain at ease. You are not disturbed. You are not pulled. You are steady. And as that steadiness becomes more natural, something even deeper begins to unfold. Because when you are no longer bothered by internal noise, the mind starts to enter a quieter rhythm, one that no longer needs to be controlled at all. And as that quiet strength begins to settle more deeply, something even more gentle starts to unfold. When you are no longer reacting, no longer chasing, no longer resisting, the mind begins to change its rhythm on its own. A natural slowing begins to appear. Not because you made it happen, but because you stopped interfering. For so long, the mind has been pushed in different directions, forced to calm down, forced to stop thinking, forced to be quiet. And each time, that effort created more tension. Because the mind does not slow down through pressure, it slows down through release. Right now, there may still be movement, thoughts appearing, fading, returning again, and the old habit wants to step in, to manage it, to say, be quiet, to say, slow down, to say, stop thinking.
But notice what happens when you do that. The mind tightens, it resists,
because it feels controlled.
What if you didn't try to slow it down? What if you allowed it to slow down on its own? Notice how different that feels. There is no pressure, no expectation, no demand for the mind to be anything other than what it is right now. And in that absence of pressure, something begins to shift. The thoughts become softer, less frequent, less intense, because they are no longer being pushed against. The mind begins to settle, the way water settles when it is no longer disturbed.
You don't need to control the pace. You don't need to force stillness.
You don't need to stop thinking completely. You only need to stop adding effort. Right now, the mind knows how to slow down.
It has always known.
It only needed space.
Feel that space. The breath is gentle.
The body is still. The night is quiet. There is nothing pushing the mind forward, nothing pulling it in different directions,
So it begins to ease naturally.
at its own pace.
This is where true calm comes from.
Not from control, but from permission. Permission for the mind to move without being managed. Permission for thoughts to come without being followed. Permission for everything to settle in its own time. Think about how everything in nature slows down without force. The sun sets without being pushed. The wind fades without being controlled. The body falls asleep without being told how. The mind is no different.
It slows down when nothing is pushing it.
Right now, you are no longer pushing. You are no longer trying to make something happen.
You are simply here, allowing.
And that allowing is enough. Notice the gaps between thoughts.
Small moments of quiet.
Moments where nothing is happening. Let those moments expand without effort, without expectation.
Just allowing them to grow.
The more you allow, the more the mind settles.
Not because you forced it, but because you stopped disturbing it. This is where rest deepens, because the mind is no longer working against itself. It is no longer being pushed to change.
It is simply returning to its natural state.
Stay here. Let the mind slow down in its own way. Let the thoughts fade at their own pace. Let the quiet become more familiar.
You don't need to hurry it.
You don't need to guide it. You only need to allow it. And as that natural slowing continues, something even quieter begins to appear. Because when the mind is no longer being forced, the struggle that once felt constant begins to fade, almost without being noticed. And as the mind begins to slow on its own, something even more revealing starts to surface. Not something new, but something that has always been there beneath the noise. The realization that overthinking was never just about thoughts. It was about reaction. A quiet pattern begins to fade. The moment reaction fades with it. Overthinking doesn't begin with one thought. It begins with what happens next. A thought appears, and the mind leans into it. It questions it, expands it, connects it to something else. And before you notice, a single thought becomes many, not because it had to, but because it was followed. This is how overthinking grows, not from thinking itself, but from engagement. The Stoics understood this clearly. They knew that thoughts arise naturally, but suffering often begins when you react to them without awareness. When you treat each thought as something that must be explored, solved, or answered. Right now, you may notice thoughts still appearing, small ones,
Quiet ones.
fading in and out, and the old habit wants to continue them, to build on them, to see where they lead. But pause.
Let the thought be there, without reacting.
Don't push it away. Don't follow it. Just let it exist and pass. Notice what happens. It doesn't grow. It doesn't multiply. It simply fades. This is where overthinking begins to end. Not by stopping thoughts completely, but by removing the reaction that fuels them. Each time you don't react, the chain stops. Each time you don't follow, the pattern weakens. Each time you allow, the mind settles. Right now, there is nothing you need to think through, nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to figure out before rest can come.
You are not required to respond to every thought.
You are allowed to let them pass. Feel how the body responds when you stop reacting. The tension eases. The breath becomes steady.
Because the mind is no longer building momentum.
It is simply observing. This is a quiet shift, but a powerful one, because reaction is what keeps the mind active. Without reaction, thoughts lose their energy. They become lighter, less frequent, less important. Think about how many thoughts today were only followed out of habit. How many moments of overthinking were created by simply continuing something that didn't need to continue?
Now, something is different.
You are not continuing. You are not reacting. You are letting things end naturally. And in that ending, there is space. Space for calm. Space for stillness.
Space for rest.
You don't need to chase quiet. You don't need to force the mind to stop.
You only need to stop reacting.
And the quiet will come on its own. Right now, stay here. Let thoughts appear without response. Let them fade without interruption. Let the mind rest without being pulled into movement.
You are not missing anything.
You are not ignoring something important. You are simply stepping out of a habit that has kept you busy for too long. And as that habit fades, something begins to settle. A deeper calm.
A quieter presence.
A mind that is no longer caught in constant motion. Stay with that. Let non-reaction continue. Let the mind slow even more. Let everything soften without effort. And as that softness deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when overthinking fades, the mind still holds on to something else. A need for answers. A desire to resolve everything before it can finally rest. And as overthinking begins to fade, another quiet habit starts to reveal itself beneath it. Even when you stop reacting to thoughts, even when the mind begins to slow, there is still a subtle pull, a need to figure things out, to solve, to understand everything before the night can truly feel complete.
A quiet urgency returns, disguised as clarity.
It feels almost reasonable. The world is quiet. There are no distractions. It seems like the perfect time to think deeply, to reflect, to finally solve what has been sitting in the background all day. But look closely, and something becomes clear.
The mind at midnight is not the same mind as in the morning.
It is more tired, more sensitive, more likely to lean toward worry than clarity. And yet, it tries to do its hardest work at its weakest moment. This is where the illusion begins, because it feels like you are gaining understanding, when in reality, you are often deepening confusion. The Stoics understood timing. They knew that not every moment is meant for solving, that wisdom is not just about thinking, but about knowing when to stop thinking. Right now, there may still be things your mind wants to figure out, questions that feel important,
Situations that feel unresolved.
and the old habit wants to step in, to work through them. But pause. Ask gently, is this the right time? Notice the body. Notice the state of the mind.
Is it clear? Or is it tired? Is it steady? Or slightly heavy?
Because a tired mind does not create clear answers. It creates loops, it repeats, it magnifies small things into larger ones, and then asks you to solve them while you are least equipped to do so.
This is why so many things feel heavier at night.
Not because they are bigger, but because the mind is less rested. Right now, you don't need to solve anything. Nothing in your life depends on you finding an answer in this moment. Nothing requires you to stay awake, searching for clarity. The problems you think about now will still be there tomorrow, but you will meet them with a clearer mind, a rested body, a steadier perspective. This is where wisdom begins, not in forcing solutions, but in recognizing when to step back. You are not avoiding your life. You are choosing the right moment to engage with it. There is strength in that, a quiet discipline, the ability to say, "Not now."
Feel how that changes the mind.
The pressure eases, the urgency softens,
Because you are no longer trying to carry everything through the night.
you are setting it down where it belongs.
Tomorrow will come.
And with it, the space to think, to act, to decide. But tonight is not for solving. Tonight is for resting. Let the questions remain unanswered.
Let the situations stay unresolved.
Let the mind release its need to fix everything before sleep.
You are allowed to stop.
Right now, there is nothing that needs to be figured out. Nothing that needs to be concluded. Nothing that requires your mental effort. Only this moment.
Only this quiet.
Only this space where everything can pause without consequence. Feel how the body responds to that. The muscles soften. The breath becomes slower. The mind becomes less active because it is no longer working. It is no longer searching.
It is no longer trying to solve.
This is where true rest begins. When you stop asking the mind to do what it is not meant to do right now. Stay here. Let the need to solve fade completely. Let the mind release its grip on every question. Let the night be what it is meant to be, a place of recovery. You are not falling behind. You are preparing by resting. And as that rest deepens, something even quieter begins to emerge. Because even when you stop trying to solve life at midnight, the mind still holds on to something else. A discomfort with not having all the answers. A resistance to incomplete understanding. And as the need to solve everything begins to fade, another quiet resistance reveals itself beneath it. Even when you stop searching for answers, even when you allow the night to be a place of rest, the mind still holds on to something subtle, a discomfort with not knowing, a tension around answers that feel unfinished, unclear, incomplete. A quiet impatience begins with uncertainty that has no conclusion. The mind has been trained to seek resolution, to close gaps, to finish what it starts. So, when an answer feels partial, when something doesn't fully make sense, it keeps returning. It tries to complete it, to fill in what's missing, as if peace depends on everything being fully understood. But not every answer arrives all at once.
Some truths come in pieces.
Some understanding unfolds slowly, and when you try to force completeness, the mind becomes restless. The Stoics understood this with quiet acceptance. They knew that life does not always provide full clarity in the moment, that some things remain partially seen, partially known, and that this is not a problem. Right now, there may be things in your mind that feel incomplete, situations that don't fully make sense,
Questions that have partial answers.
feelings that are not fully understood, and the old habit wants to finish them. But what if you didn't need to? What if you could accept that some answers are still forming?
Notice how that feels.
There is a soft release, a quiet easing of pressure, because the mind is no longer trying to complete something that is not ready to be completed. Incomplete does not mean wrong. It does not mean missing.
It simply means not yet finished. And that is okay.
Right now, you don't need full clarity.
You don't need perfect understanding.
You don't need to see the entire picture before you can rest. You can allow things to remain partially open, partially known,
Partially understood.
and still be at peace. This is where the mind begins to relax more deeply.
Because it is no longer chasing completion.
It is allowing the process to unfold naturally. Think about how many things in your life became clear over time, how answers revealed themselves gradually, how understanding deepened when you stopped forcing it. This is the natural rhythm, but when you resist incomplete answers, you interrupt that rhythm. You create tension. You keep the mind active, searching for something that cannot yet be found. Tonight, you are stepping out of that pattern. You are allowing answers to remain incomplete. You are releasing the need to finish every thought. You are trusting that clarity will come in its own time.
Right now, there is nothing you need to complete.
Nothing you need to fully understand. Nothing you need to resolve. Only this moment. Only this quiet space. Only this breath, moving gently without effort.
Let the incomplete remain incomplete. Let the unknown stay unknown.
Let the mind rest without needing to fill every gap. Feel how the body responds to that.
The tension softens.
The breath deepens because the mind is no longer working to complete something. It is simply allowing. This is where a deeper calm begins to form, not from knowing everything, but from accepting that you don't need to.
You are not behind. You are not missing anything.
You are simply in a moment where things are still unfolding, and that is enough. Stay here. Let the need for complete answers dissolve. Let the mind rest in partial understanding. Let the night hold what is not yet clear.
You are allowed to pause without finishing everything.
And as that pause deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you accept incomplete answers, the mind still holds on to something else. A subtle belief that thoughts must be checked, examined, or followed to ensure nothing important is missed. And as the need for complete answers begins to soften, another quiet habit comes into view. Even when you accept that some things remain unfinished, the mind still reaches for something else. It tries to check every thought, to examine it, to make sure nothing important is being missed. A subtle vigilance remains, always watching, always evaluating. A thought appears, and something in you leans forward. Is this important? Should I think about this? Am I ignoring something I shouldn't? It feels responsible, careful, almost protective. But look closely, and something becomes clear. This constant checking keeps the mind from resting, because every thought becomes a task. Every idea becomes something to evaluate, and even in stillness, the mind stays alert. The Stoics understood that not every impression deserves inspection. They knew that constantly examining everything that arises creates more disturbance than clarity. Sometimes wisdom is not in checking, but in allowing. Right now, there may still be thoughts passing through. Small ones, quiet ones, barely noticeable. And the old habit wants to look at each one, to decide whether it matters. But what if you didn't check? What if you let the thought pass without examining it? Notice how that feels. There is a release, a lightness, because the mind is no longer working. It is no longer turning every thought into a responsibility. It is simply letting them move freely.
Thoughts do not need permission to pass. They do not need to be reviewed.
They do not need to be approved or rejected.
Most of them are simply passing noise, and when you stop checking them, they fade on their own. Right now, you are safe to let thoughts pass unchecked. There is nothing urgent hidden in them,
Nothing critical that will be lost.
nothing that requires your attention in this moment. The mind may try to convince you otherwise. It may say, "What if this one matters?"
But that is part of the same pattern.
The habit of vigilance, trying to keep you engaged. Gently, let that go. You don't need to inspect every thought. You don't need to make sure you've covered everything. You don't need to stay alert. You are allowed to rest.
Feel how the body responds when you stop checking.
The shoulders drop. The breath softens.
The sense of effort fades.
Because the mind is no longer scanning. It is no longer evaluating. It is simply allowing.
This is where safety begins to deepen.
Not from control, not from vigilance, but from release.
The realization that you don't need to monitor everything to be okay.
You don't need to track every thought to stay safe. You don't need to stay mentally active to be prepared. Right now, there is nothing you need to watch, nothing you need to evaluate, nothing you need to double-check. You can let everything pass without interference.
This is a different kind of trust.
Trust in the moment. Trust in your ability to respond when something truly matters. Trust that not everything requires your attention. And as that trust grows, the mind becomes quieter, less alert,
Less reactive.
because it is no longer trying to manage everything.
It is simply resting. Let the thoughts move like distant sounds.
Unnoticed, unexamined, unfollowed. You are not missing anything. You are simply allowing the mind to be free from constant vigilance. Stay here. Let everything pass without checking.
Let the quiet deepen.
Let the body soften into stillness. You are safe to rest. And as that safety becomes clearer, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when thoughts are no longer checked, the mind still holds on to something else. A tendency to step into everything, instead of remaining as the one who observes. And as the need to check every thought begins to fade, another quiet distinction starts to come into focus. Even when you let thoughts pass, even when you stop monitoring everything, there is still something subtle the mind continues to do. It steps in, it engages, it becomes part of what it observes, without noticing the shift. A quiet crossing happens, from watching to participating. It is easy to miss. A thought appears, and for a moment, you are simply aware of it. Then, without realizing it, you are inside it, following it, expanding it, reacting to it. The line between awareness and engagement is thin, but it changes everything. Awareness is still. It notices without moving. Engagement is active. It steps forward and becomes involved. The Stoics understood this clearly. They trained themselves to see impressions without immediately engaging with them, to observe first and only act when necessary. Because once you engage without awareness, you are no longer choosing, you are reacting. Right now, notice what is happening inside. A thought may appear, a sensation may shift, a feeling may rise, and gently stay where you are, just aware, not stepping into it, not becoming part of it, just noticing.
Feel the difference. There is space. There is calm. Because you are not being pulled. You are not being carried. You are simply present.
Engagement, on the other hand, creates movement.
It pulls you into the thought. It builds momentum. It turns something small into something larger. And once that movement begins, it becomes harder to stop.
But awareness does not create movement. It allows things to come and go without changing your position. Right now, you don't need to engage with anything. You don't need to follow thoughts.
You don't need to respond to feelings. You can remain in awareness. This is where rest deepens. Because the mind is no longer stepping into everything that appears. It is simply watching. And watching requires no effort. Notice how the body feels when you stay in awareness. The muscles soften.
The breath becomes steady.
Because there is no internal movement being created.
There is no reaction, only presence.
This is a quiet strength. The ability to remain where you are, even when things arise.
The ability to see without stepping in.
The ability to stay still while the mind moves. You are not suppressing anything. You are not avoiding anything. You are simply not engaging. And that is enough.
Think about how often engagement has created more activity.
How a single thought became a long chain, simply because it was followed.
How a small feeling grew, simply because it was reacted to.
Now, something is different. You are not stepping in. You are staying back.
You are allowing everything to pass without becoming part of it.
This is where clarity begins, because awareness sees things as they are, without distortion, without reaction, without added meaning. Right now, there is nothing you need to engage with, nothing you need to step into, nothing that requires your participation, only awareness, only presence, only this quiet space, where everything can move without pulling you. Stay here.
Let thoughts pass in front of you, without following them.
Let feelings rise and fall, without stepping into them.
Let the mind move while you remain still.
You are not inside everything that happens. You are the one noticing it. And that difference brings calm. Let it settle. Let awareness deepen.
Let engagement fade.
And as that stillness becomes more natural, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you remain aware, the mind still holds on to something else. A belief that emotional timing must be controlled. That feelings should come and go according to your expectations. And as awareness becomes steadier, another quiet illusion begins to reveal itself beneath everything you've been noticing. Even when you stop engaging, even when you remain present, the mind still does something subtle. It assigns importance. It takes certain thoughts, certain feelings, and makes them feel urgent, significant, worthy of your full attention. A quiet exaggeration begins without asking for permission. A thought appears, and it feels important. A feeling rises, and it feels serious. A sensation shows up, and it feels like something you must deal with. And before you notice, your attention is pulled toward it, not because it truly matters, but because it feels like it does. This is one of anxiety's quietest tricks.
It doesn't always shout.
It doesn't always overwhelm all at once. Sometimes, it simply convinces you that something is important. And once you believe that, you give it your attention. You follow it. You react to it. You carry it. But look closely, and something becomes clear. Importance is often assigned, not proven. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that events themselves are neutral, and it is the judgment you place on them that gives them weight. The same is true for thoughts and feelings. They do not come with importance attached. The mind gives it to them. Right now, there may still be thoughts passing through. Some may feel heavier than others, more urgent, more demanding, and the old habit wants to move toward them, to treat them as something that must be handled. But pause. Just look at the thought, without the label,
without calling it important.
without giving it extra meaning. Notice what happens. It becomes lighter, less urgent, less central, because the weight was coming from how it was being seen, not from what it actually was. Anxiety often magnifies things. It takes something small and makes it feel big. It takes something uncertain and makes it feel urgent. It creates a sense that something must be done, even when nothing is required. But when you see through that, the illusion begins to fade. Right now, you don't need to treat every thought as important. You don't need to respond to every feeling as if it matters deeply. You can let things be, without assigning weight to them. Feel how the body responds to that. The tension softens. The breath becomes easier, because the mind is no longer carrying unnecessary importance. It is no longer turning every experience into something serious. It is simply allowing things to pass as they are. Think about how many things have felt important in the moment and then faded. How many thoughts seemed urgent but later felt irrelevant. How many feelings demanded attention but passed on their own. This is the nature of the mind. It creates importance and then lets it go.
But when you believe every signal, you stay caught in it.
Now, something is different. You are seeing the process. You are noticing how importance is assigned. And because you see it, you are no longer controlled by it. Right now, nothing requires your attention. Nothing is urgent. Nothing is as important as the mind might suggest. Only this moment matters. Only this breath. Only this quiet space, where everything is allowed to exist without being exaggerated. Let the thoughts pass without labeling them.
Let the feelings move without giving them weight.
Let the mind settle without turning everything into something significant. You are not missing anything. You are simply seeing clearly. And in that clarity, the illusion fades. Stay here.
Let everything become lighter.
Let the sense of importance dissolve. Let the mind rest without pressure. You are not required to treat every internal movement as meaningful.
You are allowed to let things be small and pass.
And as that lightness deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when importance fades, the mind still holds on to something else. A tendency to step forward, to become involved, instead of remaining steady in observation. And as the illusion of importance begins to dissolve, another quiet shift becomes possible. Even when thoughts lose their weight, even when feelings no longer pull you as strongly, there is still a subtle habit that remains. The habit of stepping into everything, of becoming part of each thought, each feeling, each inner movement, without realizing it. A quiet invitation appears to participate. A thought comes and the mind enters it. A feeling rises and the body follows it. A sensation shifts and attention moves with it.
Not because it has to, but because it has always been done that way.
But there is another position you can take. A quieter one, a steadier one. The position of a witness. The Stoics practiced this kind of inner distance, not as a way to disconnect from life, but as a way to see clearly without being carried away. They understood that you can experience everything without becoming entangled in it. Right now, there is an opportunity to shift.
Instead of stepping into what arises, stay where you are.
Let the thoughts appear in front of you.
Let the feelings move around you.
Let the sensations shift within you. But you remain still, just watching, just noticing, just present. Feel the difference.
There is space.
There is calm.
Because you are no longer inside everything.
You are observing it. A thought begins, and you see it. A feeling rises, and you notice it. A sensation changes, and you remain aware of it. But you do not step in. You do not become part of it. You remain as the one who sees. This is the practice.
Not forcing distance, but allowing it.
Not pushing anything away, but not stepping into it either. Right now, there is nothing you need to participate in. No thought requires your involvement. No feeling demands your reaction. No sensation needs your response.
You can remain here as the witness.
And as you do, something begins to change. The intensity softens, the movement slows, because participation creates momentum, and witnessing removes it. Think about how different it feels to watch a storm from a distance, compared to being inside it. The storm still exists, it still moves,
but you are not being carried by it.
Your inner world works the same way. When you step into everything, it feels overwhelming. When you step back, it becomes manageable, even calm. This is where true steadiness begins. Not by controlling what happens, but by changing your position within it. Right now, you are not required to be inside every thought. You are not required to feel everything as if it defines you. You are not required to react.
You can simply witness. Let the mind move without following it.
Let the body feel without reacting to it. Let everything unfold without stepping forward.
And as you stay here, the sense of effort fades. Because witnessing requires nothing.
No control, no adjustment, no action. Only awareness, only presence, only stillness. Feel how the body responds to that. The muscles relax, the breath becomes softer, the mind becomes quieter. Because you are no longer participating in every movement. You are allowing it to pass without involvement. Stay here. Let everything continue without stepping in. Let thoughts come and go in front of you. Let feelings rise and fall around you. Let the mind move while you remain still. You are not inside everything that happens. You are the one noticing it, and that is enough. And as this witnessing becomes more natural, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you remain as the observer, the mind still holds on to something else. A subtle desire to control the timing of emotions, to decide when they should start and when they should end. And as you begin to rest more naturally as the witness, another quiet tension starts to reveal itself beneath the surface. Even when you are no longer reacting, no longer engaging, there is still something subtle the mind tries to control. The timing. A feeling rises, and the mind wants it to leave quickly. A calm moment appears, and the mind wants it to stay longer. A wave of emotion moves through, and something inside asks, "Why is this still here?" A quiet impatience begins with how long things last. It is not always obvious, but it is there. The expectation that emotions should move according to your preference. That discomfort should pass faster. That calm should remain longer. That everything inside you should follow a timeline you can control. But emotions do not follow commands. They move in their own rhythm. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not try to control when emotions began or ended.
They focused on how they responded to them. Because the timing of an emotion is not always within your control, but your relationship to it is.
Right now, there may still be feelings present.
Some soft, some fading, some not fully gone. And the old habit wants to check. How long has this been here? When will it pass? But pause. Let the question go. What if you didn't need to control the timing? What if you allowed the feeling to stay for as long as it naturally needs to?
Notice what happens.
The pressure eases because the mind is no longer trying to hurry something that cannot be rushed. Emotions are like waves. They rise,
They peak.
they fall, and they do this without needing your direction. But when you try to control the timing, you interfere with that movement. You create tension.
You hold the feeling in place. You make it last longer by resisting how long it stays.
Right now you can step out of that pattern. You don't need to decide when this ends.
You don't need to measure how long it has been.
You don't need to push it to move faster.
You can let it be, exactly where it is.
For exactly as long as it needs. Feel how the body responds to that.
The tightness softens.
The breath becomes more natural.
Because there is no longer a sense of urgency.
No timeline to meet. No expectation to fulfill.
Just allowing.
This is where a deeper calm begins. Not from changing the emotion, but from releasing control over it. You are not responsible for how long a feeling stays.
You are not required to speed it up.
You are not expected to manage its timing. You only need to remain present while it moves. Think about how many times emotions have passed on their own, without effort, without control, simply because you allowed them to. This is the natural process, and it is happening even now. The feeling is already changing, shifting, softening. Not because you forced it, but because it is what feelings do.
Stay with that.
Let the emotion move in its own time. Let it rise and fall without interference. Let the mind remain still without checking the clock. You are not waiting for something to end. You are allowing something to move. And there is a difference.
Right now, there is nothing that needs to finish.
Nothing that needs to speed up. Nothing that needs to go away before you can rest. You can be here, even with what is still present. You can remain steady, even while things are still moving. You can feel without needing it to end. And in that allowance, the experience becomes lighter, less urgent, less demanding, because it is no longer being controlled. Stay here. Let the timing take care of itself. Let the emotions move freely. Let the body soften as it releases. You are not in charge of how long this lasts. You are only here with it, and that is enough. And as that patience deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you release control over timing, the mind still holds on to something else. A belief that rest can only come when everything inside is completely still. And as the need to control timing begins to fall away, another quiet expectation starts to loosen beneath it. Even when you allow emotions to move freely, the mind still holds on to something subtle, the belief that rest can only happen when everything inside becomes completely still. A quiet resistance appears. The moment restlessness is felt. A slight movement in the body, and the mind notices it. A flicker of thought, and something tightens. A soft unease, and the idea forms, I can't rest like this. But what if that is not true? What if rest does not require perfect stillness? What if rest can exist, even with movement? The Stoics understood that peace is not the absence of all disturbance. It is the ability to remain steady, even when things are not perfectly calm.
because waiting for complete stillness often keeps you from ever resting at all. Right now there may still be restlessness, a small shift in the body, a faint movement in the mind, something not fully settled, and the old habit wants to resist it, to quiet it, to remove it before allowing rest. But pause. What if you didn't fight it? What if you let the restlessness be there, without turning it into a problem? Notice what happens. The tension begins to ease, because the struggle is what was making it feel stronger. Restlessness, on its own, is often light, a small movement, a passing wave. But when you resist it, it becomes heavier. It becomes something that blocks rest. Right now, you don't need to remove it. You don't need to calm it completely. You can rest with it. Let the body shift if it needs to. Let the mind move lightly in the background. Let everything be, without trying to perfect it. Feel how the body responds to that. The pressure softens, the breath becomes easier, because there is no longer a fight. This is where peace begins to deepen, not from eliminating restlessness, but from ending the resistance to it. You are not required to feel completely still to rest. You are allowed to be here, exactly as you are, with some movement, with some quiet noise, with things not fully settled, and still at peace. Think about how often the need for perfect calm has created tension, how the desire to be fully relaxed has made you more aware of what is not relaxed, how trying to force stillness has kept the mind active. Now, something is different. You are not forcing, you are not resisting, you are allowing. And in that allowing, the restlessness begins to lose its weight. It becomes softer, less central, less important, because it is no longer being fought. Right now, you can let it be. Let the body move slightly if it wants. Let the mind drift gently without following. Let the restlessness exist without giving it power. You are not being disturbed. You are simply noticing movement within stillness, and both can exist together. This is the quiet truth. Stillness does not mean nothing moves. It means nothing disturbs your sense of calm. Stay here. Let the restlessness pass through without resistance. Let the mind remain steady, without control. Let the body soften, without pressure. You are not waiting for perfect calm. You are resting within what is. And as that acceptance deepens, something even softer begins to emerge. Because when you stop fighting restlessness, the mind begins to trust stillness again, not as something fragile, but as something always available beneath the surface. And as the struggle with restlessness begins to fade, something deeper and more revealing starts to come into view. Even when the body softens, even when the mind quiets, the night begins to reflect something back to you. A quiet mirror appears, showing what has been held beneath the surface. During the day, control can hide easily. It blends into activity, into decisions, into responsibilities. It feels normal to plan, to manage, to direct things. The mind stays busy, and there is little space to notice how tightly it has been holding everything together. But at night, that structure softens. The roles fall away. The distractions fade. And what remains is the way the mind has been trying to control. You may notice it now. The need to adjust thoughts, the urge to manage feelings, the habit of trying to shape how things should be, even inside yourself. This is not something new. It has been there all along. The night is simply showing it more clearly, not to overwhelm you, but to reveal it. The Stoics believed that self-awareness begins when you can see your patterns without judgment, when you can observe the habits of the mind
without trying to hide them or change them immediately. Right now, you are seeing something important,
The places where control has been held tightly.
not just over the outside world, but over your inner world.
Trying to control how you think.
How you feel, how quickly things settle, and in doing so, creating tension. Because control, even when subtle, is effort, and effort keeps the mind active. But here is where the shift begins. You are not required to fix this right now. You are not required to remove every trace of control. You only need to see it,
Clearly,
gently, without judgment. Notice how the mind tries to step in, to adjust, to improve,
to manage.
and instead of following that impulse, just observe it. Let the mirror reflect, without changing what it shows.
This is where understanding deepens. Because when you see control clearly, you no longer need to act on it automatically.
You begin to have space, space to choose differently, space to not follow the pattern, space to let things be, without managing them.
Right now, you don't need to control your thoughts.
You don't need to control your feelings. You don't need to control how quickly the mind settles. You can allow everything to be as it is. And as you do, something begins to soften. The grip loosens.
The effort fades.
Because control is no longer being held in place.
The night is not asking you to do anything. It is only showing you what has been there. And in that seeing, there is release.
You don't need to carry this pattern forward.
You don't need to hold on to control to feel safe. You can let it rest, just like everything else. Feel how the body responds to that.
The shoulders drop.
The breath deepens because the need to manage everything is no longer there.
You are not responsible for controlling your inner world perfectly.
You are allowed to experience it without shaping it. This is where a deeper calm begins, not from control, but from awareness. Stay here. Let the mirror remain without reacting to it. Let the patterns be seen without trying to fix them. Let the mind rest without managing it. You're not doing anything wrong.
You are simply seeing clearly.
And in that clarity, something begins to release. And as that release deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you see control clearly, the mind still holds on to something else. A subtle need to understand every feeling, to explain it before allowing it to pass. And as the patterns of control become clearer, another quiet habit begins to loosen beneath them. Even when you stop trying to manage everything, even when you allow the mind to settle, there is still something subtle the mind reaches for. The need to understand every feeling that appears. A feeling rises, and the mind asks, "Why is this here?" A sensation lingers, and the question follows, "What does this mean?" Something shifts inside, and the search begins for explanation. It feels natural. It feels intelligent.
It feels like the right thing to do.
But look closely, and something becomes clear.
This constant need to understand keeps the mind active.
Because each feeling becomes a question, each sensation becomes something to solve, and instead of passing, it stays.
Not because it needs to, but because it is being examined.
The Stoics understood that not every internal experience requires explanation. They knew that some things are meant to be observed, not analyzed. That understanding has its place, but not in every moment, and not at the cost of peace. Right now there may still be feelings present, soft,
Undefined.
without clear meaning, and the old habit wants to interpret them.
To give them a story.
to make sense of them before allowing them to pass.
But what if that step is not necessary?
What if you could let the feeling exist without needing to understand it? Notice how that feels.
There is a quiet release, a soft easing of effort.
Because the mind is no longer working. It is no longer trying to turn the experience into something clear.
It is simply allowing it to be.
Feelings do not need to be understood, to move.
They do not need to be explained, to pass.
They have their own rhythm, their own way of rising and falling. And when you stop interrupting that rhythm, they begin to settle naturally.
Right now, you don't need to know why you feel what you feel.
You don't need to trace it back.
You don't need to find its origin. You can let it exist without explanation. Let it move without meaning.
Let it pass without understanding.
Feel how the body responds to that.
The tension softens, the breath deepens,
because the mind is no longer searching. It is no longer trying to make sense of everything. It is simply present.
This is where a deeper calm begins.
Not from understanding, but from allowing. Think about how often the search for meaning has extended a feeling, how trying to explain something has kept it alive, how analysis has added layers instead of removing them. Now, something is different.
You are not searching.
You are not explaining.
You are not turning the experience into something more.
You are letting it be exactly as it is. And in that, it begins to change, softening, fading,
moving on its own.
Because it is no longer being held in place by thought. Stay here. Let the feeling exist without interpretation. Let the mind remain still around it. Let the body release what it needs to release in its own time. You are not missing anything by not understanding. You are allowing something deeper to happen.
A natural release.
A quiet settling.
A gentle return to balance.
And as that balance deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise. Because even when you stop trying to understand every feeling, the mind still holds on to something else. A subtle tension. The habit of holding on, instead of letting everything pass freely. And as the need to understand every feeling begins to fade, something even more human starts to reveal itself. Even when you stop analyzing, even when you allow things to move naturally, there are moments when the mind feels tired. Not just physically tired, but tired of itself, tired of thinking, tired of reacting, tired of carrying the same patterns again and again. A quiet heaviness appears, not from effort alone, but from repetition. You may notice it now, a sense that the mind has been moving for too long, that it has been doing too much, that even the smallest thought feels like too much to carry.
And when this happens, another subtle reaction begins.
The mind becomes frustrated with itself. It resists its own movement. It says, "Why am I still like this? Why can't I just stop? Why won't this go quiet?"
And in that frustration, more tension is created.
Because now the mind is not only tired, it is also resisting its own state. The Stoics understood this kind of moment. They knew that the mind, like the body, becomes fatigued. And when something is tired, it does not need pressure. It does not need correction. It needs rest. Right now, your mind does not need to perform. It does not need to be clear. It does not need to be calm immediately.
It can be tired and still be allowed to rest.
Notice how different that feels. Instead of trying to fix the tiredness, you are allowing it. Instead of pushing for clarity, you are letting the fog be there. Instead of demanding silence, you are giving space.
Feel how the body responds to that.
The tension softens
The breath slows.
because the mind is no longer being pushed to recover instantly.
It is being allowed to rest, even in its tired state.
This is a quiet compassion, not directed outward, but inward. A recognition that the mind has been carrying a lot, and that it does not need to carry anything right now. You don't need to clear every thought.
You don't need to reach perfect stillness.
You don't need to become calm before resting. You can rest as you are, even with a tired mind, even with some noise still present, even with thoughts that haven't fully faded. Because rest is not something you earn after fixing everything. It is something you allow, even when things are not perfect. Right now, the mind can lie down, just like the body. It can stop trying,
Stop solving.
stop moving, not by force, but by permission. Let the tiredness be there. Let the heaviness soften on its own. Let the thoughts drift without trying to organize them. You are not required to think clearly right now. You are not required to be sharp, focused, or active. You are allowed to be still, even if the mind feels slow, even if it feels full, even if it feels worn out. This is where deeper rest begins, not when everything is quiet, but when everything is allowed. Think about how the body rests best when it is not being pushed, how sleep comes more easily when you stop trying to sleep.
The mind works the same way.
It rests when it is not being forced to stop. Right now, you are no longer forcing, you are allowing.
And in that allowing, something begins to settle.
The thoughts become softer, the space between them grows. The overall movement slows without effort, because the mind feels safe to rest. Stay here. Let the tiredness be part of the stillness. Let the mind drift without direction.
Let everything soften, without needing to change it.
You are not doing anything wrong. You are simply allowing the mind to recover. And as that recovery deepens, another quiet realization begins to rise, because even when the mind begins to rest, the final layer begins to loosen. The belief that peace must be created instead of realized. And as the mind begins to rest, even in its tiredness, something deeper starts to reveal itself beneath everything you've been experiencing. Even when the noise softens, even when the effort fades, there is still one last quiet resistance the mind holds on to, the belief that chaos should not be there. A subtle discomfort appears whenever things feel unorganized inside, when thoughts are scattered, when emotions don't align, when nothing feels perfectly clear or calm, and the mind quietly says, "This isn't right." But what if it is? What if this inner chaos is not something to fix? What if it is something to allow? The Stoics understood that the inner world is not always orderly, that the mind moves, shifts, and sometimes feels unclear. But they did not demand perfection from it. They focused on acceptance, not control. Right now there may still be movement inside, thoughts not fully settled, feelings not fully quiet, a sense that things are not perfectly aligned. And the old habit wants to change that, to organize it, to calm it completely before allowing peace. But pause. Look closely. Is the chaos itself truly disturbing you? Or is it the resistance to it? Notice the difference. When you stop resisting the disorder, something surprising begins to happen.
The chaos softens,
Not because it disappears, but because it is no longer being pushed against. Inner chaos, when allowed, is often not as heavy as it seems. It is movement, unstructured, temporary.
but still, just movement.
And movement does not need to be controlled to be peaceful. Right now,
You can let everything be exactly as it is. Let the thoughts remain scattered. Let the feelings stay undefined. Let the mind move without trying to organize it. Notice what happens. There is a quiet space, even within the chaos.
A calm that exists underneath the movement.
Because peace is not created by removing chaos. It is revealed when you stop fighting it.
Feel how the body responds to that. The tension loosens.
The breath deepens. Because there is no longer a need to fix anything. You are not trying to make the mind perfect. You are allowing it to be real.
And in that, something soft begins to emerge.
A calm that does not depend on order. A stillness that exists even when things are not fully quiet. This is the hidden calm. Not something you create, but something that has always been there. Covered by effort, covered by resistance, covered by the need for things to be different. Right now, you are no longer covering it. You are letting everything be. And because of that, the calm becomes visible. Even with thoughts moving, even with feelings shifting, even with the mind not fully still, there is peace here, quiet, steady, unforced. Think about how much effort has been spent trying to reach perfect calm, trying to organize every thought, trying to align every feeling, trying to remove every trace of chaos, and how that effort often created more tension. Now, something is different.
You are not trying to remove anything.
You are not trying to control anything. You are allowing everything.
And in that allowing, the calm appears on its own.
Stay here. Let the chaos be part of the stillness. Let the movement exist within the quiet. Let the mind be exactly as it is, without judgment. You are not doing anything wrong. You are simply allowing what is real to be. And as that acceptance deepens, the final layer begins to dissolve. Because when you no longer resist chaos, when you no longer fight the mind, something becomes clear. Peace was never something you had to create. It was something you had to stop interrupting.
And as the hidden calm begins to reveal itself beneath the chaos, something even more powerful starts to take shape. A quiet understanding that changes everything once it is seen clearly.
The strength you have been searching for was never in control. It was in release. For so long, strength has been misunderstood. It has been seen as pushing through, holding everything together, resisting what feels uncomfortable, staying firm, staying in control, staying unshaken no matter what moves inside. But look closely, and something becomes clear. That kind of strength creates tension, because it requires effort, constant effort, to hold, to resist, to maintain, and eventually, that effort becomes heavy. The Stoics understood a different kind of strength, not the strength of force, but the strength of acceptance, the ability to stand steady without pushing against what is already there. Right now, there may still be small traces of resistance, a subtle tightening when a thought appears, a slight push against a feeling, a quiet effort to keep everything calm. And the old habit calls that strength. But what if true strength is letting go of that resistance? What if strength is not in holding, but in allowing? Notice how that feels. There is a softness, but not weakness. There is a release, but not loss. Because when you stop resisting, you are not giving up control. You are stepping out of unnecessary effort.
Resistance is what keeps the mind active. It is what creates friction.
It is what turns simple experiences into something heavier. But when resistance is released, everything becomes lighter.
Right now, you don't need to push against anything.
You don't need to hold the mind in place.
You don't need to resist what is already here. You can let everything exist without effort. Feel how the body responds to that. The muscles soften. The breath deepens because the tension of resistance is no longer there.
This is where real strength begins.
Not in fighting the experience, but in standing steady within it. Think about how much energy has been spent resisting thoughts, resisting feelings, resisting discomfort, trying to keep everything under control, and how that effort has kept the mind from resting. Now, something is different. You are not resisting, you are not pushing.
You are not trying to control what cannot be controlled.
You are allowing. And in that allowing, there is power. A quiet, steady power.
The kind that does not need to prove anything. The kind that does not struggle. The kind that remains, even when everything moves.
Right now, there is nothing you need to resist. Nothing you need to push away. Nothing you need to hold together.
You can let everything be, exactly as it is.
And still, remain calm.
This is not weakness. This is mastery. Because you are no longer reacting. You are no longer being pulled. You are simply here, steady, present, at ease. Stay with that.
Let the last traces of resistance fall away.
Let the mind rest without effort. Let the body soften completely. You are not losing control. You are releasing what never needed to be controlled. And as that release deepens, something final begins to settle. Because when resistance is gone, when effort fades, when nothing is being held or pushed, the mind returns to its natural state. Quiet, open, free. And now, something has changed.
Not because you forced it, not because you solved everything, but because you finally stopped fighting yourself.
Tonight, you didn't try to control every thought. You didn't chase every feeling. You didn't demand answers, certainty, or perfect calm. You allowed, you observed, you released. And in that quiet shift, anxiety lost its grip. You saw that thoughts are not commands. That feelings don't need explanations, that rest doesn't require perfection, and that peace was never something you had to create, only something you had to stop interrupting. This is the real power of the Stoic mind. Not control over everything, but freedom from needing to. So as you drift deeper into rest tonight, carry this with you. Nothing inside you needs to be fixed right now. Nothing needs to be solved before you sleep. And nothing you feel can take away your ability to be still. If you made it this far, write in the comments, "I release control." Let that be your quiet declaration, not just for tonight, but for how you move forward.
And if this brought you even a moment of calm, subscribe to the channel and stay close to this kind of stillness.
Because the strongest mind is not the one that controls everything. It's the one that finally learns how to let go.